Testing. Yeah, I haven't done a live room in a while, so I'll have to make sure certain things is working. Looks like that's correct. And such microphone, high definition audio. I don't know. I could go with the default microphone. Let's see if that. I don't know why they don't have any bar here, except for yeah, that seems to work. Yeah, I don't know. We'll go with that anyway. You know, the camera is got a shitty microphone. Anyway, okay, that works. And then we have to fix the camera because that's just not good enough. So, what the hell is this? That's the hangout window. I don't need that, right? But to get, remember, I used to have to load the room for some reason. Maybe to see if the volume is correct. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I'll do it for that reason. Nothing else. Remember, I used to have to load the room for some reason. Okay, so the camera is also reversing, which is weird. Okay, got that to fix also. Oh yeah, the chat thing. That's right. I have to be able to see the chat. Alright, so make this smaller. And then we'll go find the camera, beat the crap out of it. Let's see. Logitech. These settings just will not do. Oh crap. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want the settings, you fucking bastards. Webcam controller. Okay, give me that, yes. Oh, I don't like this new thing at all. Yeah. Let's see. How do I make this do what I need to do? I don't need the zooming shit. I need something like follow my face. I don't want you to do that. Right sound. I don't want you to that. I don't want you to do that because you suck at sound. Right light. Fuck that. Auto focus. Well, I guess we could live with that. Exposure. Now we can get into something interesting here. Gain. Got too much of that. A little too much contrast. And let's see, how's that? It should be a normal orientation. Wow, that's really fucked up. What the hell's going on? It's getting worse, Gary, instead of better. It's totally broken. Alright, let's just hit this right light thing and see what it does. Well, that ain't right either. So it's still doing something to something. I don't know what though. Take off that. Bizarre. Restored defaults. Maybe that'll work. Oh, there. That's a little better. But how come the resolution's so bad? And how come it's all still kind of fuzzy? Strange. Give it more contrast. That's a little better, but it's fucked up. Well, I wonder what's wrong with it. Yeah, I wonder what's wrong with it. Something wrong. Device info. That ain't gonna help me any, right? Nope. It's good they have this new software that sucks. It's always so good to do updates. Save changes. I don't want to exit. No. Motion detection. I don't want that. Why is it doing this? I mean, it's obviously applying some sort of filter, and I can't find it anywhere. Strange. horrible, actually. Let's see, it's not identified. Yeah, that's the right camera. No, this used to be the. I used to have the other camera plugged in, so this is actually the better camera. Ha ha. Yeah. So much for the better camera. Let's see. Any place I can switch the camera? I mean, maybe it's got the camera identified wrong. All right. Well, sorry. This didn't go well at all. Nope. All right. Well, all we can do is that. That'll have to do for now. I'll have to work on that. Yeah, I use the other camera for the other thing. So, yeah, but I don't know why it's not. Should be better than this. Yeah, it's no excuse. It's a ripoff. Logitech sucks. Make a video call. I wonder how. I can't even see where I can load the. Well, you better not do the capture thing because that'll interfere with. Yeah, webcam in use. Okay, gotcha. Alright. So, yeah, I can't fuck with that. Yeah, it's identified it properly, but it's the resolution is shit. 8 megapixels. See if that does anything. Okay. Oh no. Alright. It doesn't matter anyway. We'll give up. So if somebody wants to talk physics, I can give you the link, but I'm not going to share the link publicly. So, but I would don't mind having an argument with somebody. Anyway, oh, there's old fans putting up with horrible physics. I've been meaning to make you a video, and I just haven't done it. Yeah, it's potato quality, true enough. The aluminum does chemicals. I heard recommended. I don't know what that means. Don't think your theory is too simple to explain anything about reality. Well, that is even a good sentence. So I don't think you're up to the standards of my conversation. Don't think your theory is too simple to explain anything about reality. I don't even know what that means. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Well, you know what that means, but Einstein said a lot of shit, and unfortunately, some of it was shit. You know, that's the whole problem with the Einstein things. You know, some of them are little pearls, and some of them are little rabbit poos. You know, well, the bent space thing is the interesting one, just the time dilation thing, because it's just so preposterous on so many levels if you really think about it. Because you just fuck up the idea. If you think light travels at some in some relative space, it just creates so many problems, and you end up with these stupid paradoxes where you can't tell as observers that somehow there would be some confusion over whether you died before you were born and that kind of crap, and that's just silly. And I think you kind of can figure that there's just no evidence of any non-linear reality. I mean, it just the past is gone, the future isn't here yet. I mean, these are just the rules, and it takes time to get to the future. The light has to travel there. I mean, and it just seems it cleans it all up. I don't even know why they went with that whole bent time thing. Very bad idea. Yeah, I think the draw it kind of videos are a good idea. Turn the light on. That fucked the camera some more. Irritating. All right, I'm just gonna play with the camera for a second. If I can find the settings again. Where the hell did they go? I hate Windows 10. You know, you can't just click on the desktop to bring the desktop back up. There's no like, bring the desktop back up. This, my stuff is on the desktop. That's right. Unlike the other assholes, I actually use the desktop for putting icons on it, and you can't, you know, can't get to the desktop. You have to, you know, you got to close Windows to open the desktop. It's retarded. I don't know why they get rid of the only good button that Windows ever made. It's just, you know, stupid. All right, controller. I have to have the window open to see it. So I gotta open this thing again or something so I can see what the fuck I look like. Okay, there it is. Controller. Advanced settings. Sorry, you know, it's got to be done. Brightness. We got too much of that. Okay, that's a little better. At least I look something like a human. So that'll have to do. No, well, we'll let it do. Save, I guess. What are you complaining about? Would you like to save your changes before exiting? No. Yeah, there's that. Fuck you. Oh, at least there was a fuck you button. So, yeah, well, Ostrich guy, you're kind of a douche too, to tell you the truth. But there's a lot of that going around. Um, so, online, I don't know what that means. I've been really enjoying. Okay, time travel is false, only relative to the observer. Well, again, this relative thing, it's I'm just saying it's a really bad concept to think in terms of any of the real constants of the universe being relative, because they're not. They're constants. That's why they're constant. It's because they're not subject to relativity. And the speed of light is a constant. It's not a relative thing. Let's see. Space time end of line. Well, whenever. I want to see Jesus crap. You can take that someplace else. No Jesus sentences allowed. So yeah, I really don't have an agenda. I just thought I hadn't done a room in so long. I thought I better get back in practice or something. So, and yeah, I got to fix the camera. So at least I know now the camera's still broken. I wonder if it's a Google setting. I don't think it could be. Well, I'll test that when I'm offline. I'll have to see if the camera works and see if I can fix it. Because yeah, this is a little bit yuck, too yellow. So, what did I want to talk about? Yeah, it's just the idea of I just when I sum it up, it just seems so obvious to me when you just start doing the obvious stuff. And so I keep making the same list all over again, but I'll make it some more just because it'll keep driving the point home. But the difficulty of convincing people, and it's just some of these concepts are so simple, in the sense that, all right, a first argument would be is that stuff gets simpler as it gets more fundamental. So we kind of see in everything that the old model is always a lot cruder than the new model, right? I mean, yeah, staples you had to hammer, versus a staple gun, it always gets simpler, not more complicated. The fundamental parts are simpler. I guess that's one way. I got to find a better way to say that. But I mean, it just seems like something that if it's not an absolute rule, it's like good guidance in anything you're going to look at, is that the pieces are simpler, than the thing they're pieces of, that kind of thing. It's like there's nothing inside an iPad that's more complicated than the iPad, if you know what I mean. And the idea that they've given the simplest thing in the universe in terms of its overt aggressive properties, a beam of light, And, we're to believe that, all of the superpowers is what they have. The simplest thing, the photon, has these incredible Heisenberg, I don't have to be anywhere, I can do whatever I want kind of attitude, kind of bullshit. I have a range of probabilities from which I can choose to where I'm going or some kind of crap. Like it's almost has free will or something. And it's just so, why are they selling that? Right. And then the other one is the push pull argument, right? I mean, you got two choices. It's just a flip the coin kind of thing, right? Push, pull. I mean, there's two ideas of why things move towards each other. And one is incredibly obviously functional, like pushing. You just can't get that wrong. There's no way to fail at pushing. And pulling is like, well, yeah, if I had to make a puller, that's kind of complicated because you can pull things and they don't come out all the way, or you don't get the whole thing, or you don't get it right, and you end up smashing into it. And I mean, pull has so many ways to go wrong, where push, you just it's like you can't fuck it up. Look, asshole, ostrich, fuckface, I don't have to be more polite until you come to me with your rude shit. I don't have to take your shit in my ass or in my face or up my nose or anywhere. You fuckers shit. And you think you're entitled to tell me how I should behave. And I find that just so grotesquely obnoxious. You're like telling your rape victim, quit complaining, bitch. Well, I'm not your bitch, fucker. All right. And I'll demand respect. I'll demand it. I'm not going to vacillate and be wimpy about it. I'm not going to be a girly boy and say, go ahead and rub your penis on my anus. Fuck you, is what I'm going to say. You're a rude asshole. You're pretentious, obnoxious, arrogant. You think you're important. You think you deserve. You think you're entitled. Did you introduce yourself to me on my message board? Did you say something like, this is who I am, these are my qualifications to open my stupid gap, yeah, my gob, and talk shit at you? Here's why you should listen to me. Did you do any of that? I'm just saying, if you people could call hypocrite if I went on other people's comment section and typed the kind of crap you people type on my comment section. I never do that. Ever. Ever. Anyway, just logged in. Holy asteroids, Batman, live Atari draft on tonight. Okay. I like some of your concepts, but does not seem to make sense that the world would be that simple. See, it's right there. It's like, oh, it doesn't make sense that we should put these simple things together like push, pull. Okay, that's kind of a giveaway. Um, the small part should be simpler. Okay, that's a good theme. I can understand that. But no, we shouldn't go there. That's just dangerous territory. Well, anyway, we should stay with things like the space tells the matter what to do. That's so much more smart. All right, the idea of a underlying superstructure, right? I don't know what to call it. I'll just put down superstructure, right? The whole ether theory. Like you have this really complex highway and you got like, you know, a bunch of wind up Volkswagens running on it. So, it's just so silly. The idea of this really complex infrastructure and then this really simplex thing bobbles along on it, you know. So how to articulate that? I don't know exactly, but anyway, that's just another bad idea. And then you get to wave and particle. And again, it's another one. It's just so like you can just look at waves and you just sit, they just scream, "I'm made of something else." I mean, they don't scream, "I am what I am." Like I'm a wave, and I was always a wave, and I was born a wave, and I'm not a byproduct of something. I'm not a um, emergent property. Let me put, yeah, I think the house lady called it that, emergent event. But yeah, it's just so obviously not a fundamental element. You know, it's got unfundamental written all over it, a wave. And so, and again, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, a wave that doesn't spread, you know, doesn't do anything like any other wave in the universe. It's just this special kind of photony wave. I just don't, you know, I mean, when I look at it in hindsight, it just, you know, I always knew it was bullshit, but I mean, it's just like, how can people even fall for this shit? I mean, I have to admit, I never fell for the wave of photon kind of thing. Like I said, even in grammar school, I saw bowling balls. I mean, I saw cannonballs. I just didn't. There was no way I could ever see light as anything other than a blob of something. It has, and there's distance between the blobs. It always just seemed to me that all you're saying is bullets at a frequency. The higher the frequency, the more the bullets. I mean, it just seems like obvious. And you know, a wave, oh, it's both magnetic and electrical, except you'll never find a photon ever doing anything magnetic or anything electrical, right? I mean, they have, you could have the biggest magnets in the world and you can't move a photon one tiny little centimeter, yet it's made out of magnetism. Okay, sure, prove it. All right, so all right, then we, yeah, and then we get into the magnetism thing. Well, that's another one where I always saw it as being radiation coming out of a magnet. I remember, you know, I didn't see it as this two colors of radiation, I suppose, but I don't know, maybe I did. But it just always said that the idea of a magnet always looked like something to me that it's got to be radiating something. That's how it has to work. There has to be radiation coming out of it. You know, how else can it happen? All right, we can only see 0.00007 of the light that exists. I have heard. Well, it's not really light, right? I mean, so, I mean, the word light is just such a terrible word because it's used to describe anything that's photonic, and obviously, you don't see all of the photons, you know, related to stuff like radio waves and stuff. And I mean, there's, you know, just zillions of those flying through everything, you know, and then the faster ones like the, you know, I suppose can't be as many of those just because they'd probably ruin us, right? I mean, fortunately, the atmosphere protects us from all the X-rays and all the other, you know, supersonically dangerous type of radiation that's in space. Um, and uh, yeah, so I think I have deconstructed two slit nonsense in the sense that at least pointed out that you know, the single slit is the real game, and the idea of two photons in the single slit experiment just looks grotesquely like a contrivance. Like, how do you contrive that? How do you make a single slit make two photons? Come on, it's just silly. And so it just, the whole thing kind of, their perception of the reality falls apart, and then you're left going back to the idea that, well, what really happens in these stupid slit experiments? Well, yeah, the matter gets closer or further apart from each other. The pieces of matter are getting closer and further apart, and there might be something happening between those things, like all all gaps between matter, and especially charged matter, then you can see what happens. The sparks fly and all that stuff. So, obviously there can be charges that are lower charges, and there would still be activity happening even though there's not a charge. So it would be interesting. I've got some tools to play around with it a little bit. I won't go into details, I suppose, because I don't know. It's but I'm going to try the two slit experiment in some different gases, and changing the atmosphere, and then I'm going to try changing the charge, which gets a little tricky, but just to see if you can influence the if you can have any effect on the pattern by just increasing the charge of the two um, opposing slits. So, yeah, I mean, it just as soon as they fuck with a single slit to make it become a double slit, then you have to say, well, if you use the same principle, then the double slit becomes the quadruple slit. So you just keep stepping into that. There's no consistent principle. You can't use a consistent view of the universe to do single slit math and then do double slit math. If you use the same math, you're doomed. If you use Huygens in the double slit experiment, you're fucked. Yeah, well, the interesting part, I don't know if I want to get into anything this deep, but maybe why not? This gravity is sort of an interesting concept because the gravity you're really falling in isn't the gravity you're making. It's the gravity the other matter that's already stuck to the earth is making. So technically, every time a new piece of matter sticks to something, it creates a field change that's bigger than the addition of the matter. So it's almost like the argument I'm making is that like there's no such thing as a completely neutral atom. I mean, there might be, maybe helium is. I don't know. I'm going to try to find out. Um, but in the sense that it always leaks, okay, a field. There's always something that goes beyond just the planets that are held in the gravity, so to speak, or something. It's not like the energy is used up by everything that's playing. And so there's this excess that's created, and that's what kind of happens with gravity. Each piece of matter creates a new excess in terms of the low pressure being created in the field, if you want to call it that, but the change in the I hate to use the electric universe kind of language, but the charge field. Okay, but the field is changed in an amount excess to your matter. So it's like your matter is leaking field perturbation potential, to use Ken words, and so technically the gravity that's affecting you isn't the gravity you're creating. You're creating gravity once you're on the earth that something else can be affected by, but it's not the gravity you are initiating isn't the gravity that's pulled you to the earth. The gravity that pulled you to the earth was the mass that was already on the earth, and that's the kind of catch to it. And so that's sort of what I'm arguing, is that even atoms that are stable are still leaking a hell of a lot um, um, of a location specific force. So where the electrons are, there's going to be this force repulsive to electrons, and where there aren't electrons, there's going to be strong force from the proton saying, I want an electron. So there's still going to be these differentials in the field energy, and it's just not strong enough to hold anything. So any free electron is definitely going to be pulled towards it, but it isn't going to be able to relate to it in any kind of permanent way because it can't find a slot that's for it. It can't get in, kind of a thing. And so it's drifting in a weak field, but it's any field is a strong field when there's no other field, so to speak. Any field is home, or any, you know, it just doesn't, like I said, if I take a single electron and I put it in space, it's going to find the strongest field, and it's going to start going that way. There's no such thing as a neutral in this universe. There's not it's not a place I can place you that's neutral. And if I find a place where you don't move, it's probably because there's more than one force acting on you, and those forces are balanced. So you're being pushed and pulled at the same time in an equal amount. And that's the whole thing with these electrons hating each other, and the electrons being attracted to the proton. And obviously the neutrons are in there, and I think they're causing the you can get close, but only so close. So they're preventing the electrons from getting too close to the proton. Let's see, what do you think of CERN, Gary? I don't think it's dangerous to experiment, but I just don't, I think they are so far from getting there. They don't even understand that, look, they think they're going to create a black hole because they're shooting so much energy trying to move a particle the speed of light. And the problem is that, so they think that the particle is getting really heavy and it's going to create a black hole. But what they don't understand is the reason why they can't move the particle is because it's gotten so light. There's nothing to hit. It's gotten almost invisible. It has no dimensionality. It has no width. So they're basically, I'm not going to describe it as a pencil. You know, you trying to hit a pencil versus you trying to hit a bowling ball, which I stick in your finger out, right? I mean, oh, yeah, bowling balls, I can hit them all day and make them move. But the pencil's a lot harder to hit. And so what they think, because they're shooting all this energy because they're trying to hit the end of a pencil, and they don't have any energy that's precise enough to hit the end of the pencil, so to speak. So they use a ton of energy and they just keep missing the thing. And they think the thing is so massive, we have to use all this energy. No, it's not that it's so massive, it's that it's so invisible. It's getting harder and harder to hit because you're making it into light, and you can't hit light in the ass. So when you create a beam of light out of matter, yeah, you can't hit it in the ass anymore because it's light. You just can't catch up to it, idiots. So I don't even think they can create a black hole. They think they can, like I said, because they have a wrong understanding of what's happening. The matter's not getting heavier, it's getting lighter. It's just starting to move in just one dimension. So it's moving really fast in one dimension. It doesn't have dimensionality in any other dimension. So it's just another case where I think their premises are wrong. I know this is really, this is stuff that makes people say how obnoxious I am. How dare I, question the intelligence of the most intelligent people on earth? I'm just saying, these are fundamental things, and I just think they've always, like I said, when you research this stuff, you really, I mean, the guy who verified Einstein, that made Einstein a household name, this famous experiment with the lensing at the eclipse, he even wrote in his own diary, that he had very low confidence in his results. He wouldn't bet his life on it, wouldn't bet his dog's life on it. And the fact that the experiment's never been successfully repeated, and they've never found some other way to look at the sun, like with the Hubble telescope. Like I said, I still don't see any reason why they can't use the Hubble telescope and go ahead and lens the fuck out of everything. So solar lensing's never been verified. So even the whole idea that light can move in gravity hasn't been verified. And the idea that you can make super dense matter, I mean, really dense, not just a little bit, not like twice as heavy matter, but we're talking like 1,000,000 times heavier. That means you have to get all the electrons and protons to love each other. And, but the key to that might be the neutrons. Like I say, if you can segregate just neutrons, maybe you can make something massive. But I don't see any theory that justifies it. I still don't see anything that says you can pile a bunch of neutrons on top of each other. Well, I'm just saying a little black hole ain't going to matter. I mean, obviously, to make a real black hole that would matter, you'd have to put matter into, you know what I mean? You'd have to put a huge amount of mass into the collider to make a black hole of a significant enough size to do anything interesting. So all it can ever be is a micro black hole, a minuscule one, like, you know, a little tornado in a bottle. It, you know, it could suck in a few fruit flies, but it just really wouldn't be a threat to anybody. I'm just saying the theory of black holes is basically condensed matter. So you have to just understand that what that means is you have to make atoms take up less space. And there's no evidence that atoms will do that. They don't like it. You know, they don't like being even heavy. That's why all the radioactive elements are the big atoms, is because they don't like being big atoms. Big atoms fall apart. It's, you know, it's just an e-cigarette, you know, it's just nicotine. People are fascinated with the old electric crap. Yeah, I ought to buy one of the fancier big things, but I'm just so, you know, I got these so cheap that, you know, I'm just going to use this cheap stuff up, and then maybe I'll buy one of those, whatever, supercharged, you know, nicotine injection devices. So I've been using this one, like this one atomizer. It's lasted a month and a half, and it cost 25 cents. A month and a half. And I've been juicing it with 4 volts. I mean, that's not like I've been light on it. I wish they made them out of glass or something. They make them out of plastic and they melt the plastic. So it's probably not too cool to be smoking plastic. Let's see. Leaving neutrons as main type of energy. Well, energy is a tricky word. So what there really is in the universe is there's balance or imbalance. And the only time you really have something you call energy is when you have imbalance in the fields. So matter is in itself creates an imbalance. That's what gravity is a manifestation of, is that there's a condensation of this polarization in the matter, in the electrons and in the protons. And but the trick is that, you know, whatever imbalance the universe has created over time, that these clumpings, it means that there's expansion somewhere else. And so, you know, there's always this give back thing. You know, you really can't take anything without, you know, if you eat, you poo. I mean, that's, the universe just has that same kind of relationship. You can't make it go away. So you're always going to pay a price for an imbalance. And like, you know, with nuclear energy, the price is it could blow you up and it's highly radioactive. So there's always going to be force involved in you extracting energy. And but there's a huge amount of it out there in terms of this huge imbalances, like lightning, you know, this huge electrical free electricity that's out there. But again, it's in a form that we just don't have a way to contain yet. But I mean, just imagine if we could contain lightning, you know, nice free energy, big pile of it. So it's just really just finding efficient ways to pull the energy that exists, take advantage of the imbalances we're part of, the imbalances we don't have to create, so to speak. So those are the ones that are really the free energy. If you have to create the imbalance, well, that's going to be expensive. Let's see, pro-Israel shill. Where do you even get that from? I mean, I've been very anti-Israel. I hate the idea of a religious state. I just don't blame Jews for that. I mean, it's not like every Jew is for having its own personal religious state. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Israelites, but I have certainly nothing against Jews. But yeah, fuck off, you bigoted cunt. Get cancer and die and all of that shit. You piece of shit. You really are just a piece of shit. I mean, I wish the government really would just shoot people. I mean, go find this guy and shoot him. That's what the FBI should do every day. They should just go find somebody who says stupid motherfucking cunt shit and shoot them. There's no point in having these assholes walking the earth. You gotta grow up, asshole. Humans are individuals. You have to hate them individually. There's absolutely no point in, assuming them all guilty. I mean, certainly it should gain, there's no reason not to say, hey, if you're Catholic, you're an asshole. But, you're also not the, master of the Inquisition or something. You're just an asshole. Well, there's no way you cannot place nuclear power plants in bad places. That's the whole thing, right? You can't make them work, unless there's some place where you got lots of water. So, well, I think climate change is coming, and I think there's going to be a line we cross where everybody's just going to say, "Oh fuck, how did we let that happen?" Because once all that methane gets loose, it's in Antarctica and the North Pole, got all this frozen methane. Once that shit gets loose, it's going to accelerate the problem so aggressively. And so there'll be like for 100 years, it's just going to be aggressively bad in terms of the instability. I mean, it's going to be like an extinction event kind of bad for a short period of time because, that methane is just death until that all refreezes again. And then that's going to be, just imagine it's going to get hot as hell and then it's going to get cold as fuck. And so, because that's the only way you can get the methane back out of the environment. You just have to freeze it again. So the only way you can freeze it again is you're going to have to make everybody cold, and that's going to suck. So, yeah, I don't know exactly how that gets fixed. I'm not exactly sure. So I'm not sure what happens to methane once it gets in the upper atmosphere. It might just dissipate into space. So if you don't have to lock it up again, that would be cool. But I don't know exactly how it decomposes. So it might just decompose into other carbon molecules that end up falling on the earth and that can be consumed by algae or something, but I'm not sure. I'm not I'm not a environmental physicist, so I don't know the entire life cycle of methane molecules. But I'm just saying, it seems to me that that's the big one. Once the methane gets loose, it's not going to be this little, oh, well, the seawater might rise an inch and this might happen and that. Now it's going to be brutally hard. It's going to be just, it's going to be a mess. And it's going to happen fast. I mean, once it starts going really bad, it's going to go really bad, really fast. Yeah, I don't think it's 10 years though. I think 10% in 10 years or something like that. I think I think it takes 100 years to get 50% of it back to CO2 or something like that. I don't think it's that quick. I don't know with this whole detox thing. You're really all happy about your health regime, and why do you think anybody could care about that shit? People are fat pigs who eat garbage, most of them. And the people like me who, stay reasonably fit, I don't need your fucking advice because obviously what I'm doing works good enough. So why are you bothering wearing this on your sleeve? I just don't understand it, frankly. I mean, I could tell people, look, I take this horsetail crap, for my hair. There's some seems to work. I mean, my hair was getting a little thin, so I started taking it, and it seems to have thickened. But who knows? You know, maybe it's because I eat more potato chips. Who knows? Yeah, well, there's already metals in your brain, so it really, this idea that because there's, oh yeah, you got some metals are stuck in a few cells in your brain. Who cares? I mean, it just doesn't do that much. I mean, lead's not a good thing, but there's no real evidence that aluminum does anything. No hard evidence. I mean, it's not like they have people in aluminum factories that all went bad or something. Yeah, well, that's what I take it for. The silica is supposed to be good for your hair, so. But whatever. I don't really want to do the herbs for a better living show or something. So I just couldn't give a shit about this whole fuck living long. It doesn't do you any good. Live fat happily and shortly. So, I put nicotine in it. That's what I put in it. Jeez, what a dumb question. Sorry, it's a dumb question. Do I seem like the kind of person that would put, like, I don't know, fruity juice in it or something? I mean, it's just not me. I just pwned your whole science. Yeah, sure you did. Kiro, funny. Your last pwnage was just absolutely brilliant. Yes, sir. It's just like he didn't pay attention to a single argument made. Hopefully they got a little smarter, which was good. So I like, I have to. I mean, it's bad that he posted the stupid Dr. Quantum crap, but this making the simple argument about the idea that wave is intrinsically, you're asking for trouble as that being a fundamental element. It has byproduct written all over it. Well, look, I didn't care. The volume part didn't matter. You know, it was the point was is that you didn't acknowledge the arguments being made in the video, which were every single link I've ever gone to that does two slit math does not do the two pattern math, does not do math that duplicates the single slit being superimposed on top of the double slit pattern. Not a single one of all the websites I've gone to. I haven't found one math site that does double slit math that predicts the double pattern. He's right about the balance. don't do this Dow-Towie stuff, please. But later, going to make another video. Yes, I'm very excited. The videos are just so much fun. Can anyone see me? Yes, I think I can see you. Why would I block you? I mean, you've been a little obnoxious, but you haven't been excessively obnoxious. I mean, I have a theory, and then there's, you don't explain your theory in much detail. I mean, I don't have much use for undetailed theories. I mean, I really like to do video exchanges. I mean, that's to me the best. This is what this medium is made for, and you just can't get anybody to do it. I mean, you can't have an argument on the internet. I mean, somebody always wimps out. Yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite element. I'm curious about the helium lithium thing. That one's at the moment. The physics of it are just interesting me because you have these two I mean, they're next to each other in the periodic table, and lithium is basically helium with one more electron, and it's just really interesting to recognize the fundamental difference. Here you have something that's completely inert, helium, can't do a damn thing with it, and then you can do almost everything with lithium. So, it's uh, I mean, just the alchemy part of it just seems sort of interesting. Like, oh, it can't be that hard to shove another electron on there, can it? What's the big deal? It's got to be pretty easy to do. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just finding it a little bit interesting. So I'm going to play with that a little bit. I mean, coming up with a better battery is like huge. If somebody can figure out how to make a battery that could withstand a lightning bolt hitting it, that would just be pretty fucking brilliant. Well, I know. I'm just saying, rude is just part of life. So and it's all, if anything is relative in this universe, that's relative. So rudeness is relative to who you're talking to. See, some people don't think they're rude if they say something like, I think you have been underexposed to eloquent and thoughtful ideas, or something like that. And then somebody else says, well, that you just said I'm an asshole, fucker. You just called me a skanky, retarded cunt, you motherfucker. I mean, so just because you can't use the full language because you're scared of words or something, that's really your problem. But don't pretend that you're not aggressively insulting. So that's the game people play. They play this game where they're aggressively insulting. And because they didn't use a swear or a curse word, they're therefore immune to any kind of, oh, look how hostile he is. He's so rude to me. Oh, bullshit. So, yeah, you got to be a gamer. I'm just saying, if I knew I was right, okay, I would be afraid of no one. That's all I'm arguing. I'm afraid of no one when I know I'm right. So I'm just saying, if I don't care, they can be as obnoxious and as crappy as they want to be. If I'm right, I'm in the game. I'm playing. It's like when you have the game, you say, yeah, let's play. Okay, yeah, let's play for money. I mean, and I'm just saying, this all just sounds like people who are afraid that they don't have the game, and that's all they're saying. They think they're right, but they're not sure, and they can't say it for sure, and they're really not sure, and blah 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 blah. So they're just wimping out. You've got more to lose, I guess. I'm just saying I don't have anything to lose because I'm right. So that's how I'm looking at it. So anyway. Well, I understand the hostility out there. Scientists do indeed attack non-professionals and those in the profession who disagree with the status quo. Yeah, well, they don't, and they won't accept. You can't counter argue. It's like a courtroom or something. It's like judges. They just declare you're in contempt, and they just say, "Fuck you! I can do anything I want." And the science plays the same game. There's no way to force an appeal. You know what I mean? You can't just say, well, look, what if I bet my liver on the fact that I'm right? Can I bet my liver on it and actually get an argument with one of you cunts? And the fact that they won't even let you pay for the argument, which just proves what wimps they are. We're not doing Donald Trump in here. Yeah, that's worse than methane. Yeah, it's only just begun. I mean, just what a mess. I mean, he's just put the wackiest, stupidest. I mean, there's not a single good thing he's done. Not one single rational person in charge of anything. It's just going to be such a fucking cunt disaster. Oh, it's just going to be so gross. He's just the dumbest, psychoticest, craziest rich person. I mean, they might as well just put one of those Getty lunatics in charge, the murdering, child molesting type. I mean, he's a kook. Oh, enough of that. if someone can build, if something can be built to store a lightning discharge, I think it would be a capacitor. Yeah, well, capacitor is just another word for a full battery. Actually, I mean, it's, you can make distinctions, but it's just kind of the same thing. Capacitors are just like a cruder, simpler storage device, in the sense that you're just taking a plate and storing it, on a plate, a huge, gigantic surface. So it's not it just doesn't have the, it's all instantaneous, what I'm saying? It just doesn't have any, so any capacity it has to be built out of, it can't store anything as chemical process. It can't store anything as physics. It's like you need something that does the alchemy thing, that actually converts, one element into another element, and then you can do the reconversion, or like an ion, you know what I mean? You need to create like ions or something. You need to create a thing that pulls a lot of electrons in and out of something, and that's when you can really store. I mean, if you try to store electrons on the surface of something, you can't do it because you need too much mass to do it. So a capacitor, you need a chemical capacitor, and a chemical capacitor is a battery. Yeah, well, like I said, you can't really store electrons in any other place than associated with other atoms. You know what I mean? You have to store them where the protons are. You can't store them without protons. And they just won't compress. So they'll take up a huge volume of space. So, the electricity in a lightning bolt, you would need a, I don't even want to describe how big the capacitor would have to be, but mathematically, you're talking about a ginormous capacitor. Yeah, well, I'm sort of talking about, transmutation of an element, but I guess I'm trying to say that there's probably ways of fucking with it, where you just make it like a carbon-13 into a carbon-16 or something. You know what I mean? Where you're not really changing the entire structure. You're just changing it enough where you can shove in a few million quanta into each atom, okay? But you can get them all back again. Nothing blows up. Nothing gets hot. I mean, the actual transformation of elements probably would require you to fuck with the nucleus. And if you have to fuck with the nucleus, that's when you get into the whole radioactive thing, and then you get chain reactions and you get all that kind of shit. So it'd be better if you can do it without fucking with the nucleus. So if you can just ionize or oxonize or some kind of like, even oxidation is kind of an interesting idea, right? I mean, force some other chemistry to stick, but not stick very hard. I mean, I don't know how to exactly describe it, but you know what I mean? Try to create bonds that are easily rebroken to extract the energy. Because all the ones we're using are kind of corrosive, and it, requires acids and bases and all of this kind of stuff. And maybe if you could find something more inert, like I said, like if you could do it with helium or something that is very unreactive, then it would be really clean. Well, you're saying he's converting what kind of hydrogen into what kind of helium. I mean, I find that a ludicrous statement. I mean, I don't think you can actually change hydrogen into helium with sound waves. I mean, that just sounds on the face of it kind of preposterous. I mean, sorry, especially when, to make the helium you have to use 1.5 hydrogens. So where exactly did the other half of the hydrogen go? So, I mean, I hate to, I mean, there's so much pseudoscience out there. These people keep talking. I mean, you can see, you go watch the videos. I mean, these people just keep talking like, oh yeah, I've almost got a patent. I mean, I got a patent. I mean, all I need is a little more development money. And yeah, tomorrow my super motor is going to be ready. Tomorrow my super motor is going to be, it's right. I got it. It works. The blueprint, the demo. Yeah, oh, yeah, and it's just all this fucking talk, and it goes on forever and ever. They're perpetual motion machine, and they're, it's just such a crock of shit. It's like Tesla. Tesla was promising all the time, promising, never delivering. I mean, he did some good work while he worked for Edison, and everything he did after that was pretty much crap, right? I mean, it was just like, I made a giant lightning bomb. I mean, and even his whole theory, I mean, he actually thought he was going to shoot lightning horizontally, and it wasn't going to keep crashing into the earth. I just don't even know why he theoretically thought that was possible, that I can just take a bunch of, negatively charged uh, uh, particles and just shoot them into the atmosphere, and they're not going to get pulled right back into the earth. I mean, it's this idea of sending Morse code through making the biggest, see if you can make explosions and send Morse code that way. Yeah, sure, you can, but it's not exactly energy efficient. Yeah, well, I guess you're right in the sense that he did want to make a laser, but he wanted to make a laser that was so impractical. I mean, a laser that could shoot through the atmosphere and carry with it, 100 megavolts or something, and you could transmit electricity this way. It just wasn't very smart. Well, he seemed like the same guy when he was old as he was when he was young. I mean, he had different little bouts of illness. He didn't really describe what the hell they were, but you know, some people say it was depression or something, but I don't know. But he had a couple of really harsh sickness periods, and then he'd get better and go back to his life. But I mean, he liked living the show life. You know what I mean? I mean, he lived in hotels his whole life pretty much, and he liked talking. And but the weird thing is that yeah, he just didn't like writing much, and I don't either. But I mean, it's like he just didn't leave much of a decent record, and he certainly didn't do any really good interviews. I mean, whatever's out there is just kind of mushy. But I'm just saying he did try to sell every government in the world on this idea that I can make you, give me a few $1,000,000 and I'll make you a giant gun, and that was kind of bogus. I mean, I have to give him, bad guy points for that one. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to create world peace by making the biggest gun and I'll sell it to Hitler. I mean, that was just kind of silly. He didn't have very high standards for, you know, well, it doesn't matter who gets the power gun, I'll just let anybody have it, because whoever has it, he can end all the wars with the power gun. Yeah, well, see, I didn't, I was thinking about electrons a lot, and I never really thought about it, but electrons really just don't like to maintain any kind of momentum. And so I didn't realize that velocity is really a function of matter. So it's really the fields inside the matter that maintain the velocity. So the imbalance, that once it's created, the imbalance keeps turning inside of us, or anything that has velocity, matter. But that the individual bits don't have our momentum. They have a different kind of, they just keep accelerating and decelerating each other through this constant vibrating. And so they're jostling their way, they're responsible for the velocity, but they're responsible for it in a very jittery kind of way. Um, And the interesting thing was, so because when you, like, even I was looking into like electron microscopes and stuff, and I figured they had to put everything in the vacuum, and they do, because everything has to go. They have to. They really can't get the electrons to go anywhere unless they create this huge voltage, the anode and cathode, and force the electrons to try to get to the the cathode. And so it's just clearly electrons don't want to go somewhere unless you force them. If they're left on their own devices, they just stop moving. They lose their acceleration quickly. So, so they're not really good. You can't make like an electron gun, right? That's why we don't have electron guns. We can't just like shoot electrons at people and fuck them up, is because, yeah, electrons just won't cooperate. Well, providing math for what? I mean, there's this idea of math that doesn't mean anything isn't what I'm after. Most of the math that needs to be done has been done, and it's pretty reliable. I mean, even Maxwell's equations are fundamentally okay as long as you don't get into too many abstractions. You don't get too. What if the plate is infinitely long but finitely short, and that kind of stuff? I mean, as long as you stay within reason. See, it's not about the resistance to electrons. It's that the field energy is always exists. So even in space, and see, it's not so much about the vacuum isn't there to stop the electrons from moving. It's to stop the electrons from hitting atoms, and so being diffracted and scattered. So you want a vacuum just because you don't want the electrons getting scattered all over the place by the elements still in the chamber. But the real problem with electrons is the electron is constantly having its acceleration shaved off by the force. So it's my argument that as something gains velocity, it means it has more stuff going that way. And what's happening is the field energy keeps knocking that extra off, because it's more, if I have more arrows going this way than I have that way, it's more probable that any energy coming in from the two sides are going to knock the arrow off the side that has more. It's just probabilistic. So the field energy keeps shaving any imbalances off of the electron. So the electron can't maintain any imbalance, so it can't gain any velocity. So any acceleration it gets shaved off by just this probabilistic math. So electrons can only move in a field that is charged. That is, there has to be something pulling on it in a sense of creating a negative pressure in some area, and a positive pressure on one side and negative pressure on the other side in terms of the electrical balance. And that's the only way it can move. It has to have a field move it. The field has to move it. It can't move on its own. It can't maintain anything called momentum, which is really interesting. I mean, it's not something I'd thought about originally. And so this isn't something that just occurred to me a couple of weeks ago, that electrons can't maintain a velocity freely. It just, the field keeps forcing them back into a round ball. They can't maintain an uneven shape for any amount of time. Yeah, well, free space isn't a perfect vacuum, and you wouldn't know anyway. There'd be no way to detect it. See, that's the other problem here. Nobody talks about it, but you can't see any of this stuff. You can't detect what it's really doing, so they just make surmises about what it's doing based on the mess it makes when it hits something. But even electrons, you just can't really, you can't get too much information from an electron without radically fucking with it. There's just, photons radically fuck with electrons. You can't hit an electron with anything that doesn't fuck it up. It's really fuck upable. It doesn't take much at all to fuck it. It takes nothing. It takes this, like I said, the smallest thing in the universe hitting an electron will fuck up the electron. So there's absolutely nothing you can hit it with. It's like a photon in the sense you just really can't play with electrons in any kind of rational way, because they're always going to be fucked by whatever you do. Whatever you try to detect them with, you fuck them with. And so I'm saying that empty space could be full of electrons, and we wouldn't really have too many ways to figure that out. I don't think it is, because I think, like I said before, electrons are constantly going to move in these charge fields, so they're always going to be pulled towards matter, because that's where all the protons are. I mean, electrons, you know, they're always looking for pussy. Well, ball lightning, it's not really sphere lightning. But again, I think that's an atmospheric thing, so I don't think it's actual lightning. I think it's actually gases, okay, that plasma. So, I actually, the first guy I worked for was really quite interesting. Really, the first machine shop I worked at was in a guy's basement, but the guy was brilliant. And anyway, so I did circuit boards, all kinds of different stuff. But I got there like after he had already done most of this stuff. But it was actually in the newspaper and stuff at the time, because there was these theories about ghosts on this railroad track. And so it was very, very popular thing. Everybody was saying they saw these ghosts and blah, blah, blah. So he actually built a cart that would ride on the railroad track, and, with all the instruments on it and all this shit. And this is back in 1976 and 75. And so, this is real hardware back then. I mean, you didn't have lasers and all this shit, and, none of this stuff was cheap. Well, anyway, he built this whole freaking robotic thing to go down the train track and attempt to photograph, the ball lightning or whatever, the ghosts. And that's what it came out to, is they got some crappy photographs, but the photographs were basically just bright, emanations. And and the conclusion was, though, is that the track went over a gully, so it was over a bridge. And yeah, the logic is that the ground was full of gases, and these gases would leach out, and in the right conditions where there's no wind, they wouldn't get mixed right away, and so you'd end up with a ball of something that could have a lot of methane or something in it. And then I can't remember what the other part of it was, but it was because there's a lot of iron in New Jersey, and so there was a lot of iron ore and blah blah blah. Well, anyway, so there was a whole theory about why it got charged, but essentially it was just it got charged and it kind of plasmaed for a second, and that was it. Ball lightning. So like in an electric storm, not that the lightning would be hitting the ball lightning, but it would be creating enough charge in the atmosphere to ignite it. So there was enough of a difference in the electrical potential to do like the fluorescent light bulb, to make the gas glow. All right, that's probably enough of an explanation, because it's more complex than I'm speaking, but I'm just saying it's kind of like fluorescent bulbs in high energy circumstances. They'll light up. Same idea. All right. But anyway, that was like I loved that job. You end up starting a new business and all this kind of stuff. But I also got my anxiety disorder, and I really couldn't drive there anymore and all this other stuff. But I really liked working in a machine shop. I knew it's probably a good thing that I didn't stay there, just because these machines will kill you. So it's like, a few times the drill press grabbed my hair. I almost had my face thrown right into the motor. I almost whacked my hands off a couple of times, cutting metal with the big lathe. And, even the other, the horizontal lathe, I had the freaking digger thingy pop out once and, just fly through the air. And, it's like you end up with body parts missing and, half blind. I got electrocuted like, I don't know, hundreds of times. Yeah. So it's probably not the kind of place I probably wouldn't live very long if I worked in a machine shop my whole life, because I'm just not careful enough. I'm not a, follow the instructions kind of guy. It's just not in my nature. I mean, I'm much better than I was. I have to say that I am a little more careful than I used to be. But I've been awful lucky in my life because I came awful close so many times to just being totally fucked. Yeah, quartz. That was the other thing. Yeah, it's good you brought that up. That was the other thing. There was a lot of quartz. Yep, that was it. Yeah, electrons are really interesting. I don't know, if you followed the last couple of videos, I sort of slightly started to explain it, but they actually don't travel straight, and that's part of the reason why I think they're repelled by each other. Is when when they accelerate, they're really changing one, something in one dimension flips to the dimension they're going to be pushed in, and when that happens, it creates an imbalance in their perpendicular. So they have more perpendicular going one way than they have to going the other way. And the catch to that is it forces the electron, its total velocity vector then is changed. So its velocity, even though it gained velocity going this way, it'll end up going this way because by gaining it, it created an imbalance where it can't go straight now. So it has to go in a crooked line. So this is how electrons travel. They don't travel straight. They travel in this random-ish, based on just, chance, whether they get hit from the left side or the right side, and it just keeps wobbling their direction, which is quite interesting. And depending if there's another electron around them, that wobble will turn into a curve, and that's how they do the. See, what I'm basically arguing is that reflections are basically kind of a U-turn. The electron basically gets hit, does a U-turn, and then readmits the photon on the return. And so that's the equal but opposite reflection thing. But the interesting part of that too, as I was thinking about that, was I was thinking about the whole prism thing, right? Because the key to a prism is the thickness. Because if you just put surfaces, prism doesn't work. But because you have to have the slow material all the way through, like water or glass. It has to be all the way across. So the surface thing doesn't make a prism because it actually has to go through the material. And so I was actually thinking that the angle of reflection probably isn't perfect. It's just a little tiny, tiny bit off. And it's only because you're going through a lot of electrons as you go through the glass that gets magnified. And so each interaction with an electron means the angle is a little bit more off, a little more off, a little more off, a little more off. And that's what's creating the spread that you see, because they're all basically reflections. The transmission isn't perfect because of the angle. So I was thinking that might have something to do with it. Like it's going through the electrons of the glass is just exaggerating the error of the initial impact. So the initial impact is where the error was created, and the rest of the glass is just exaggerating the original error. Yeah, I think that's my point. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. The sun, just a electromagnetic compressor. Well, that just doesn't mean anything at all. Electromagnetic compressor. I mean, that's Ken talk. I mean, it's a description that has absolutely no visual impact at all. It just does. I can't even imagine what kind of machine you're talking about. An electromagnetic compressor. I don't even know what an electromagnetic compressor would be if I made one. What would one look like? So, yeah, not impressed. Yeah, there are dark matter. That was a good written sentence. Goodly written. All right, well, like an air compressor. Well, I'm just saying the sun is compressing what? What is electromagnetic that it's compressing? I mean, we already know what the sun is doing, so I don't even know why you would sit there and be speculating like the sun's made of cheese or something. We already know what it's doing. It's taking two hydrogen atoms and making a helium atom, and then there's a bunch of shit left over that it shoots out as fucking tons. We already know what the sun's doing. It's converting hydrogen into helium, and it's doing it by leaving a whole bunch of little bits behind that shoots out of the sun. What is so complicated? I mean, we do the exact opposite in our nuclear reactors in the sense that we take a big element and we break it into two little elements, and we end up with a bunch of shit left over. I don't know who Victor Sissenberg is. The link I sent you. I'm trying to figure out the link I sent you. I don't even know what that means. Sent me where? Let's see. An Austrian forest caretaker, naturalist, philosopher, inventor, and biochemical engineer. His own ideas based on what he observed in nature. Well, I'm supposed to be impressed by that salt guy. I mean, does that say, can I say that about anybody on this planet? I mean, you haven't said anything. Every crackpot can be written up that way. I mean, I could Warbles on a lot. I could write that shit about Warbles on a lot. And he's crazy. I mean, it's unfortunate that, yes, I am in the crank category and that I'm this outsider guy saying, oh, yeah, the insiders are all full of shit. So I'm just like Victor, probably. But the difference between me and Victor is I'm right and he's full of shit. He's just another kook. I mean, I wish there was a way I could prove it to you. But I mean, I'm totally convinced that I'm right. I mean, I'm a pretty smart person and I have pretty good judgment. I mean, if I can fall for me being right, I'm probably right because I don't fall for stuff. Oh, yes, he made something that somehow fell into a well somewhere and he couldn't get it back out and he just couldn't make another one. He made a vacuum flying machine, but I think his first jet engine prototype. And he flew to the moon, but he forgot to bring home any moon rocks, so he couldn't prove that he did it. Jesus. Vortex. Yeah, vortex. Oh, fuck. Yes, I've heard of Bill Grady. He's just so full of shit, too. I mean, he's another guy who will not have a conversation with anybody who's going to challenge his ideas. I politely sent him an email, wanted to have a conversation with him, blah, blah, blah. All he did was preach at me about his stupid rope theory. He didn't even pay attention to watching one of my videos. I mean, he's just a cunt. Just so full of shit. He doesn't allow comments on his videos. I mean, you know, he's totally uninteractive because he knows he'll be found out to be a fucking idiot. I mean, look, the whole idea, anybody who comes up with a theory, you know, that requires the thing that's making the photon move to be like, you need bulldozers to move photons, okay? So yeah, you get a bunch of bulldozers and each one pushes one little photon. I mean, it's a preposterous theory of how the universe works. Fucking string theory is bad enough, but a fucking ropes. I mean, God, tying every photon to every other quantum, every other element of matter in the universe. I mean, just imagine the rope, Bill. I mean, the rope burns. I mean, it's just such a silly idea. I mean, the idea that there's a compression between things that are at a distance, you know, and if you bring them closer, there's going to be more stuff bouncing between them. That's doable. But rope? No, 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 no. Well, I don't think I could lose. You know, I mean, I was just saying, if I can't defeat rope theory, then I'm pretty fucking lame. I mean, if I can't point out, like, so the rope is more invisible than the photons, of course. All right, so I get that. And the rope is connected to a back end, and then the front end, and then the side. You're just like, well, how can the photon ever hit anything without all the rope getting in the way? I don't understand these people with this question about the vaping thing. I mean, this has been around. I've been vaping myself for like 8 years now or something. This should not be some kind of curious thing. Yes, I smoked cigarettes for 40 fucking years and was really happy to do it. And then you cunts made that too expensive. And so I have to do this stupid fucking vaping thing. But fuck you people. I don't care what you did. You know, the fact that you quit means you are a faggot. You didn't know what really smoking was. Okay, so fuck you. You smoked wrong. Yeah, you did it wrong. If you smoked right, then you'd be addicted for life. These cigarettes are great. I mean, no one should smoke, but I'm just saying. You know, if you do smoking right, there's nothing better than a cigarette. Cigarette was the best friend I've ever had. Olive juice, Jesus Christ! People are just nuttier and nuttier. Well, I'll be very excited to get the link to whatever, but I don't know whether it's going to be anything I'm interested in, but we'll see. Well, I hate Len's law, to tell you the truth. I mean, it really does piss me off. And whatever it's called, the fucking something or other. Well, no, Len's law doesn't bother me. The one that bothers me is the stupid inequity got. You know, the stupid whatever theorem. You know, the idea that the probability math that basically says, look, when you do something very, very improbable, it is impossible, essentially. And so that's the rule they use to figure out how many photons can do something before you have to blame God. God did it because it couldn't have happened unless God did it. And that pisses me off. But anyway, but the part that pisses me off is more to do with the way the experiments are done. But anyway, that's a good question. Okay, yeah, so Len's law is just yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the eddy current thing. That's just so obvious that paramagnetic materials become magnetic in the moment. So you can make them magnetic. You know, you can force them to, they will respond to magnetism temporarily by adjusting their structure to become magnetic, but it's not lasting. They'll go back to their normal conditions. So you can stretch them into magnetism and they'll relax back out of it. And so there's no real law there, except that when you move a magnetic field on anything that's magnetizable, it's going to create magnetism, a reciprocal magnetism, an opposite magnetism, as it turns out, because obviously it takes time for the magnetism to develop, so it's always out of phase with the original magnet. Let's see. Is what reversible? Is it reversible or able to be manipulated? Well, I don't even know in what sense you're asking the question. I mean, I guess the better question would be, can you maximize it? And I guess that's what superconductivity does. You can expedite you can make it more expedient, which means you can take away the lag time, which means that the magnets will be more complementary. But I'm not a authority on such things. Yeah, well, bismuth. I don't know enough about bismuth and whether it's paramagnetic. I think it's unmagnetic, but I'm not sure. But if it's paramagnetic, I haven't seen somebody make a bismuth tube and then put a magnet through it. So until somebody makes a bismuth tube, I guess I don't know enough about bismuth to have an opinion. Yeah, I'm not sure about diamagnetic. I said, yeah, I'm sorry. My vernacular is a little behind. I mean, you got permanent magnets, you got temporary magnets, and then you got the ferrous stuff, which is somewhat magnetic. So I guess para is the ferrous stuff, and dia is the non-magnet, but can be magnetized, right? I don't think bismuth is repelled by a magnet. No, I think it's inert to a magnet unless it's a moving field. And what I guess I'm saying is bismuth has the slowest development of its reciprocal current. So the current bismuth is either the fastest in developing, it's probably the fastest in developing the reciprocal magnetism, or it's the slowest. I just don't know which one it is. But see, if it's the fastest, then it would be positive on positive, which would always be repulsive. You see what I'm saying? If it creates a magnetism that's exactly like the magnet that it's next to, then the two magnetic fields will be repulsive because the positives and the negatives will be in the same location, if you get my drift, or what I'm trying to drift. So out of phase is what you need for them to be attractive. You need the negative field to be in proximity to the magnet's positive field for them to be complementary, attractive. And if they're out of phase, then no, if they're out of phase, it'll be attractive. If they're in phase, then they'll be repulsive. You can take two larger chunks of bismuth and float a magnet between them. Okay. I think that, the magnets, I haven't seen somebody do it successfully, but I'm not saying it can't be done, but I'm sure the magnet has to be balanced in some way. And so you have to place it in the field very carefully, obviously, that's going to be created. But it's the insertion of it into the field that initiates the magnetism, and then the vibration of the magnet will keep initiating the field. So if you get what I'm saying, so I'm just saying you'd have to do it perfectly. You'd have to, but you'd almost theoretically can do that with anything if you did it perfectly. It's the fact that we can't place magnets perfectly is why we can't make them float all the time. But technically, they can. It's just that they're always going to flip. They're always going to flip to the field they're in. And that's the problem. Yeah, so you have to spin it or you have to do something to keep it from flipping. Because once it flips, then it's, game is over. What flavor? See, I don't use flavors. I'm a nicotine addict. I don't give a fuck about a flavor. I just care about nicotine getting into my lungs. Yeah, flavor, fuck it. But I actually did enjoy. You know what I really? It was probably going to kill me, but it was really pretty good. It was some kind of pain relieving spray that you spray on the skin, and it like I don't know what it had, menthol, had all kinds of shit in it, eucalyptus, all kinds of crap. But yeah, that stuff was great for vaping. Yeah, it was excellent. I have to get me some more of that. But like I said, it probably wasn't too good for me, but it really did clear your head. Yeah, so it's an interesting subject, though, too. So, yeah, so we didn't fail tonight. This was okay. I'm not leaving yet, but I'm just saying we did okay. Some good food for thought. So I'm glad I did a room. Thank you. We haven't been totally failure commenters. You were saying earlier you don't like the way science does research. Well, I mean, there's no point in me saying it in the sense that I'm just saying that every experiment I see done has so many premises built into it. So you even got like the Allen aspect experiment is really annoying because there's all kinds of assumptions about, well, the two photons are paired and there's just no doubt that they came out exactly at the same time. And then we're bouncing them off of mirrors, and we're supposed to believe that mirrors aren't what I know mirrors to be, which is they reflect the photons, which means the photon that went in won't be the photon that went out. So the mirror should automatically collapse any properties that the paired photons have. They should have lost their unique identity in the process of being reflected. But let's just ignore that. Then he has a spinning mirror device of some kind that apparently can change the direction of a photon in so short amount of time that another photon can't travel like 10 meters in the amount of time that he can turn that mirror. And I find that a suspicious claim. And because his mirror is his own little special mirror, it's like no one's redone his experiment, I don't think, because he won't let anybody know how he did the special mirror thing. I think it really is something like that. So, you have an experiment from the 80s, and we're supposed to prove that there's spooky action at a distance, and I don't think it proves shit. And then it's all done with polarization, and the statistics on polarization, as I've pointed out, might be suspect on the surface, because if I'm right that polarization is like a frisbee going through jail bars, and you have to throw it on its edge, some percentage of the frisbees, if you throw 50% horizontally and 50% vertically, the 50% vertical ones, some of them won't go through the bars because they'll hit the bar, but all of the ones going the wrong way won't get in. So you don't have an equity. You don't have an equality going in. The 50-50 assumption is wrong. So, of course, your results aren't going to be 50-50. So when he has results that aren't 50-50, he uses the stupid, whatever it is, equity. What's that guy's name? The something equity. A little short name. The equality guy. What the hell is it called? It's like a 3 or 4 letter name. Come on. Marxist. What is that equality thing? Damn it. I never remember names. Well, anyway, they use that stupid thing and say, look, the number's bigger than 2, so therefore it has to be God. Yeah, the Bell inequity thing. Yeah, so they use that. So here you have assumptions. It's not an experiment. It's an experiment loaded with assumptions. They do the 2-slit experiment by putting photons through crystals. And you're saying, fuck, man, you can't do that. You can't put photons through a crystal and say they didn't fuck the photons up. Man, it's just bullshit. I mean, they did do the 2-slit experiment with I think it was whatever the penetrating kind of electron microscope is, and but even that, I'm saying, well, here you have a chance to do this stupid experiment. Why don't you just aim these electrons and then see how they behave? Like, see if you can find places where you shoot the electron and there's nothing happens, and then places where you shoot the electron and yes, it deflects a certain amount. But they didn't even do that. But I don't even know if they can do that technically. Electron microscopes are really bizarre. And how, I don't, it's amazing that they're able to get an image, because they're bouncing electrons off a surface, and the electron floats up, and then it gets sucked into a detector. So they're not even like looking down at something. They're just waiting for the electrons to float a certain way. And like for every element, there's a different way the electron will float. And so like it's really a computer driven kind of thing. It's like the computer has to know all of these ways that electrons behave. And so it can figure out whether it hit a surface that was flat or a surface that was, and based on these subtle differences in how the electron moved to the detector. Just, it is bizarre. It's amazing they can, get the images they do. But I guess the advantage of the electrons is you can, I think the problem with the visual microscopes is the Brownian motion fucks everything up. So once you get past like 2,000 times resolution, everything's moving too much. And so you can't, bouncing photons is almost too much resolution because you see all the bouncing. And so if you use electrons, even though they're bigger, they work better because they don't get fucked up by the Brownian motion as much. Yeah, lightning's interesting because it's all, like I said, it's these ions, but it's the electrons moving between the ions that really dictate which way the eventual electricity will travel. So the path is being pre-written, by the erratic movement of the electrons, and so it's the electrons through erratic movement are creating ions in all these weird places, and that's why everything starts to go funky, is because of the directions the electrons took. All the local fields that the electrons are traveling through, all those local fields of the atmosphere, whether it's cold or whether it's hot, whether there's more oxygen over here or less oxygen over there, all of that's dictating the movement of the electrons. An electron mirror. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that would be. I got a fucked up idea that I thought about. The heavier objects fall slower. Yeah, well, it's a little fucked up, sure. Well, this is my diagnosis of the problem. Physics is really, really, really complicated because there's a whole lot of it, right? You got the giant big universe and you got this little tiny universe. So there's a huge amount of stuff in between, right? Just gigantic subject in a way. I mean, chemistry is in there, biology, everything is inside of physics. So physics is the big subject. And so to be smart in any one of those areas is difficult. And there's all of these formulas, which is a huge obstacle for like the average rational person to become a physicist, right? I mean, if you're a smart person, you say, shit, do I want to have to learn how to do that calculus shit and all that other crap? Or maybe I'll be an architect instead, right? They make money. So you say, I mean, it's only a certain kind of lunatic that's going to get into this physics shit because they've made it all mathematics, and the mathematics is abstruse. It's just insane, some of it. So it's no fun unless you like math, right? I mean, math to me, it sucks. So yeah, that takes all the fun out of physics. And so the people who get caught up in it are a certain kind of person, I guess, nerdy type maybe. And maybe they're more beta types maybe. And so they just kind of go along with what the smart guy told me, and he knows because he's smart and blah, blah, blah. And so maybe they're follow alongers more or something. But yeah, there's definitely some psychology that's gone into this, but it's also a very complex field. And so they just didn't stand back. You know what I mean? You have to kind of step back and just blow it all up and just start over. And I guess nobody was willing to take on a subject that complicated and say, I'm going to step back and start over. But I didn't know any better, so I did. And it worked. I want to send you some cat food. That's really nice, but it's expensive to send cat food, so I don't think I'll encourage that nice gesture. But I really appreciate it. I mean, unless it's cat food your cats won't eat or something. But yeah, it's still going to be so expensive. But I do appreciate. But my cats will eat anything. You know what I mean? There's, they're cats sitting out in the rain. I mean, they'll eat anything. You know. They do like stuff that isn't very healthy, though. I have to admit, they like Whiskas, but Whiskas isn't very good cat food. So, but I buy 9 Lives just because it's healthier and it's a little bit cheaper than some. So, but well, Galileo was a smart guy. I mean, he figured out a lot of stuff that's kind of amazing. Um, I mean, inventing the telescope was pretty cool, and but there was something else he got right. It was really interesting. About motion. He was the guy I think who figured out, like, well, what if, even before Newton, he did the what if question, like, what if you shot a cannonball, fast enough, would it just go all the way around the world and just keep going around and around? So he was the guy who first started thinking about shit orbiting the Earth in that kind of sense. So he was way ahead of them. Yeah, I mean, cats are, I keep, the funny thing is, you make I've made really nice houses for the cats, and it really pisses me off. I mean, like old resin dog houses or cat carriers with, nice covers on them and all kinds of stuff. And then they won't sleep in them, but I tip a garbage can on its side, and they'll sleep inside of the tipped over garbage can. I mean, they really piss me off because cats are just so obstinate. They just will not play along. You try to do them a favor and they just don't want to hear about it. But anyway, I don't want to get into cat talk. That'll just piss me off. There's way too many homeless cats, and I don't like this whole bullshit of cutting their nuts off and throwing them back on the street. I think that's just so damn rude. I'm doing you a favor. I'm just going to cut your nuts off and then throw you back on the street. It'd be fun. Yeah, well, my argument would be is that I am really the same. Like, I'm not saying anything that's really challenging the foundations of physics here, right? The only argument I make is maybe the lensing argument, a few fundamental things that are wrong, but they're not critical things that matter in any big way. It doesn't really matter in a big way whether photons are gravitationally affected or not. I mean, that's not a big thing. But what I'm challenging is really, yes, I mean, they have these silly notions, right? I mean, the silly notions of multi-dimensions. So yes, I'm getting rid of all that. I'm getting rid of the stupid time thing in the sense that, no, there's no such thing as time dimensions. It can't be warped, can't be bent, can't be anything. The speed of light is the speed of light everywhere, all the time, everywhere. Light moves a certain distance in a certain amount of time, period. Nothing else changes. There's no fuck, you can't fuck with it. Bent space, no. There's an actual force that pushes exactly that amount. Okay, so that whatever your well is, that amount of force is what's pushing, and there's no well, there's no bending of the space. So I mean, the differences aren't huge; they're just fundamental. Like the two-slit experiment. I'm not saying there aren't lines. Of course, there's lines, but the lines are being caused by photons hitting electrons and changing their direction, because that's the only way a photon changes its direction. You can't change a photon's direction with a force. You can't change force with force. That's the argument that's just so fundamental in understanding forces. Is that's Newtonian. It's also Einsteinian. It's everybody understands that as a truth. The forces aren't combined until you put a piece of matter in there to feel all of them. And then the matter does the addition. But the forces themselves don't bang into each other. The smell, if you were thinking of force as something like a smell that everything gives off, the smell never mixes until the nose shows up to smell them. And then it mixes the smells. But there's no smells until the nose smells them. Well, it's not. Sorry, that's a sperm of the moment metaphor that probably isn't completely applicable. But the idea is that, you know, these are just fundamental things that they violate every day, and you know they're breaking these fundamental rules, and it's just, you know, if they would have just, I'm just saying they had a 50-50 chance. Wave particle, they chose wave, it's stupid. They had a 50-50 chance. Push pull, they chose pull, it's stupid. You know, I mean, you can just go down the list that every time they had a 50-50 choice, they chose the wrong fucking thing. Speed of light versus speed of force, 50-50. They got the electricity thing wrong, right? Positive, negative, wrong. I mean, they just didn't get, every time there was a 50-50 chance, they picked the wrong fucking thing. Well, good night and such. Let's see. How does the force know that it is compressed or trapped? It doesn't know it. I don't even know what that means. Why does it have to know it? Well, I mean, you're asking why is an electron, and why is an electron just quanta flying through the universe? I mean, quite obviously, something physically happened earlier in the universe's history to compress these red polarization, you know, polarization A in the proton and polarization B in the electron. They are things, they're not unthings. So asking why when they already exist is kind of a moot question in a sense. I mean, the fact that they are a different form of energy is a fact. Now, I'm just arguing they're not that much different. All they are is compressed, and they're held together by the pressure. But what compressed them, or what consolidated them into all blue or all red or all A and all B, you know, yeah, that's something that happened in the fundament of the universe somewhere. But it's just a fact. And the fact is that force affects them, but it doesn't affect the individual quanta. So when a photon is out in the universe minding its own business, it can do lots of stuff, but when it's inside of a piece of matter, it's got to obey matter rules. And that means it's going to interact with force. Yeah, well, there is, you know, this is the key thing, right? I mean, I think I can make this accusation without anybody who's fair not saying, yeah, I get what you're saying. They aggressively jump to conclusions. Okay, I mean, they just don't wait for all the evidence to come in. I mean, they're like, OJ's guilty, and we haven't even seen him running away in the Bronco yet. I mean, you know, we haven't even come close to it being time to say OJ's guilty. You know, they didn't even let evidence one into the trial. They just said OJ's guilty. Yes, the husband, he's guilty. And that's what physics does. So if they, you know, they just don't wait for the evidence to have any volume or to have any depth. As soon as they have any indication, like I said, the two slit is such a vague indication, and they just jumped on it like, oh, this is absolute proof, the nail in the coffin, this proves everything, we're done, we don't have to think about it anymore, this is absolute proof. And it's just not. The lensing experiment, you know, weak evidence. The lensing experiments they have from fucking the galaxy, right? All the galactic pictures of lensing are horrible. And they talk about it like this is absolute proof. Look at this Einstein's cross. Well, sort of, maybe. I mean, if you squint your eyes, you can, oh, kind of. I mean, it's horrible evidence. And, you know, they're celebrating it as absolute proof. And it's just weak, you know, weak. It's weak at best. Well, I don't know if it has to be older than the sun. You see, I mean, you got these, whatever, these nebula, right? These balls of gas and shit. When all that stuff starts condensating, and it starts to develop into the suns, the development of the sun itself might be the engine that starts creating protons and electrons. Who the fuck knows? I'm just saying, I don't think it's a terribly, I don't think it's an unimportant thing. Like, it's not, interesting, but I'm just saying it's more important to be checking the tire pressure on. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, if we're doing this car assessment thing, how thick the windshield is. I mean, we got more basic problems to worry about, like, how round are the fucking wheels? So I guess I'm just saying I don't really want to worry about where electrons came from. I want to know how they function, and that's what they haven't got right. And that's the part that's the most important part of the universe. I mean, the thing that's happening in the universe more than anything else is photons or tons affecting electrons, and then electrons shooting tons at protons and protons. So it's all these tons communicating between protons and electrons, but that's the universe. I mean, there's nothing to talk about without those interactions. That's everything happening right there. I mean, that's the interesting shit right now. And later, when we know all that, well, then maybe it's time to start talking about how thick the windshield glass is. I don't know. Majors are a weird thing, right? I mean, engineering is a kind of a vague subject, but that'll start you, right? So you get into engineering, then you have to do all the math. So you got to do the math crap, no matter what you pick. And then later on, you can just say, well, computer science, or, like I said, the architects still make money. I mean, I don't know what a good business decision is. You know what I mean? You got to make money, and you got to enjoy what you're doing. So that's the tricky part, is figuring out what you'll enjoy doing. I mean, being like a maintenance man for electron microscopes, that might be a good gig. Yeah. But who knows? Maybe they can blow your head off. So I don't know. I don't know how many electron microscope maintenance men have been, tragically exploded. Yeah, well, I mean, I've found physics so much more understandable when I did this. Like, I converted it all into Gary speak. I just said, okay, what are they really saying? And then, well, what is that really about? Oh, that's about this relationship and about this connection and it just, I mean, they really do talk about it and make it all sound so much more horrible than it really is. I mean, physics isn't nearly as complicated as their math makes it sound. I mean, especially when you start getting into the electricity stuff and charge. That stuff is, it's so daunting when you just see them start throwing all these equations around. When you start recognizing what the equation is just saying, which is just a representation of how the energy in one thing is conveyed to the other thing, it gets so much easier to understand. Like the coil of wire and the fact that you put a piece of matter in the coil, and then you figure out that, oh, okay, that's just magnifying. It's creating more domains that are becoming magnetic. And so obviously the whole thing becomes a lot more magnetic because you're magnetizing all those domains. Just not a perfect example, but it's just all that stuff so much more understandable when you're not thinking about, voltages and frequencies and currents and all that kind of crap, and just understanding it as the basic idea of, oh, okay, stuff happens here that creates electrons, and then that creates photons, and those photons go into that, and that. Knowing their complete function is the first step. Science now want to break matter into parts. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is the whole atomic model thing. They're so dependent on this accelerator crap. And, I'm not saying that, it's a nice piece of technology, blah, blah, blah. It's really fun that you can smash little tiny things into each other. But I just think it's another one of those things where you're just saying in principle, oh, so you're taking matter and putting it in the most extreme condition possible and then smashing it into something and then saying, I get to see what the matter is really made out of. And you won't know what I'm really made out of if you throw me at a brick wall at 5,673 miles an hour, right? I mean, if you take me and throw me against a brick wall that fast, you're not going to find out too much about me. You're just going to have like blood on bricks and shit, and the organs will be smashed all over the tool. Like there'll be a stomach inside of a pancreas. And you're going to say, it's a pancreatic, or whatever, some sort of, and I just think it's not a very smart way, in my opinion, of understanding how atoms work, to sit there and smash those pieces out and then say, I'm going to make this piece an essential part of the construction, when it's a bent fender. It isn't, it's not a real part. It's a broken part. So I really don't think all these neutrinos and, well, then they went with all the anti-particle stuff. I mean, come on. It doesn't even make any sense on its face, right? They'll say something like, okay, an electron and an anti-electron annihilate and they create a photon. What? Two electrons annihilate and create one photon? Are you crazy or something? Or, you're too silly, right? You don't think that really happened, do you, people? You really think that you just didn't violate the fuck out of E equals MC squared or the rules of conservation? Because you've got to know that there was more in those two electrons than one fucking photon. You've got to know that. So it just doesn't make any sense. Well, I don't know why you keep throwing names at me, cunt. Why the fuck would I give a shit about John Hitchinson's? Who the fuck is that? I hate name droppers. I mean, I just can't stand them. Well, I did a few videos on gravitational waves. I'm not saying they can't detect noises, right? But what I know for certain is they can't possibly have a reservoir of all the noises the universe will make. I mean, there's noises the universe will make every 5 years. There's noises it'll make every 10 years. There's noises it'll make every 100 years. There's noises it'll make every 1,000 years. It's just silly on its surface. Then they come up with this idea of two black holes colliding into each other. Two black holes have to move into each other's vicinity, and I don't even know how you do that in the first place, right? You can't. I think they're violating basic physics with their argument that two black holes could ever enter space, any space ever, and not collide into each other. Because not to collide, they have to have a tremendous velocity, right? Because they have to have more velocity than they have density, meaning they have to have more. Their velocity has to be stronger than their gravitational pull. So they're very powerful black holes, and yet their gravity has to be weaker than their velocity, so they actually pass each other. And then their gravitational pull has to be strong enough, though, when they're passing each other at these high velocities, that they get into a spiral. And I don't think you can make that physically happen. I don't think it's obeying the rules, because the rules are essentially this. Unless the black hole, one of them collides with something, the two of them can never get into a spiral. Because the rules of gravity are, if you go into a gravity well, you either hit the sun, you know what I mean? You hit the thing that you're moving into the well with, or you miss it. But there's nothing else. To get into an orbit, you have to change one of the two black holes' velocities. And the only way you can change its velocity is to have it hit something pretty big, because it's a black hole, for fuck's sake. So I don't want to go into, I don't want to do a whole thing on this, but I don't think, I don't even think their model obeys the fundamental rules of physics. So that's how bad I think it is that even their synthesized fake explanation doesn't even obey physics. And then you get to the part where the bent space, right, where the two black holes collide, and then it creates 4 solar masses worth of gravity waves, which are essentially bent space. So they converted matter into bent space. Nowhere in Einstein's physics did he ever say you could make matter out of bent space, nor did he ever say you could convert matter into bent space. And yet that's what they say happened. The two suns collided and they didn't give off radiation, they gave off bent space. Now, can you make sense out of that? Where's the theory defending that? Well, look, I'll just block you if you're just going to, if you're going to bring up every pseudoscience that's not proven, you're just wasting my time. I don't give about a fuck about some idiot who says he did something with x-rays or he did this or he did that. If any of this shit had any merit, don't you think we'd all have one? Okay, if there was x-ray levitating chairs, you don't think we'd all have one? I'm just so sick of people and their fucking claims about this secret universe and how, well, they've conspired to keep all the great technology away from us. So I'm just saying gravitational waves is another one of these hypey things. They needed to find them to justify the $10 billion they spent on this shit. And so they found them. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. I mean, they went in looking for a sound, right? They went in saying, this is our synthetic idea, this chirp. So they went in looking for a chirp. And so they just went through zillions and zillions of little squiggly lines. And they said, does one of them look like a chirp? Yay, we found a chirp. And that's it. That's all there was to it. It's, yeah, you go looking and you found it. I could make a squiggly line and I'll send it to them. And I bet you they can find one. I mean, you do enough listening, you'll eventually the universe is going to make a fart that's going to look just like that. Well, it's going to change if Gary gets what he's supposed to get, which is, I solved all these problems. And so if that happens, then yes, everything's going to change. But yeah, nothing will change until something changes it. And I'm having a little bit of a difficult time causing this change thing, but I'm frankly going to say these words will be ironic in the future because Gary was basically saying that, yes, here it is, you could have it now, but oh no, we're just going to have to wait because we can't be bothered listening to anybody and we're not going to create any mechanisms to challenge the establishment. So all us pompous, arrogant physics fucks are just so full of ourselves that we won't even create a mechanism for debunking things. And that's what they should be doing right now. They should be debunking the electrical universe. They should be debunking the Tesla kooks. They should be debunking this guy with his X-ray levitating devices. They should be doing that right the fuck now. They should want the challenge. And they should do the job. And they're afraid of it. They're not on this. They're not doing this public rooms, are they? These chicken scientists. So when I own science, yeah, I'm going to be sitting there saying, challenge it. What's your argument? What's your new theory? Let's hear it. Okay. And when you're debunked, though, just admit you're debunked. Don't keep saying the same shit over and over again when I've demonstrated you're full of shit. Yeah, it's hard to say whether it was even an earthbound chirp, because again, they talk about like, oh, we can detect the thickness of a hair on the surface of Mars. They have these extraordinary claims about their precision, and everybody knows, oh, fuck you. That is such a pile of horse shit. You almost want to spend the money to put a hair on Mars just to prove they can't do it. Yeah, well, it's basically a giant seismograph, okay? That's where the interferometer is. It's a gigantic seismograph, a really good one. And it hears everything. So that's the trick, right? Through all the noise, they have to filter out all the noise and somehow just pick up the sounds that matter. And, that in itself that's kind of claiming you have superpowers. I mean, their own statements were just so outrageous. Like, we have a database full of all the known sounds, and it's like, how could you have a database full of all the known sounds when you haven't even heard all the known sounds? I mean, all the unknown sounds, because they haven't shown up yet. You've only been listening for 10 years. How the fuck can you have all of the sounds? There could be sounds that are only made every 15 years, or made every 20 years, or maybe every 5 million years. How the fuck can you know what all the known sounds are? Well, I don't even think they can in the lab, is my, I guess, my argument. So I'm just saying, I guess I'd like to send them a hair and let them see if they can find it on the mirror. I'm just, look, there's so many things about it where you could just argue that even the mirror itself can't be as fine as they think their perceptions are. Again, it's like saying you could be hitting the 100th electron in the mirror, or you could be hitting the 500th. I mean, there's no way that, they just throw out these totally exaggerated numbers. Well, like I said, I can't prove them wrong. I'm just saying there's some credibility issues, and somebody should be able to explain to me, but I'm never going to find somebody to ask the question to who will answer it. But I'm just saying, how did these two black holes get in contact with each other? Because my understanding of the mechanics of gravitation make it impossible. Black holes can't circulate each other. They just can't. First, they can't acquire the velocity. You know how hard it is to acquire velocity in the universe? Velocity basically means that you have to collect matter that's all moving in the same direction, if you're getting my drift, right? I mean, for the Earth to get velocity, it has to get hit going the same way all the time, and it can't get hit the opposite way, if you get my drift, right? The Earth stops moving if something as big as the Earth hits it from the opposite direction. Well, then it stops moving, right? I mean, the velocity has to be built into the structure somehow. So somehow you have to just collect matter that's moving in one direction for a black hole to acquire velocity. So I'm just saying, just imagine what kind of environment that could possibly be. I mean, a supernova is not even enough. How are you going to create one of these stupid things in the first place that can possibly have something called massive velocity? It's just not possible, in my opinion. It's not possible to create a black hole in the first place, in my opinion, a massive one. And in the second place, you can't move the fucking things. Black holes don't move much. Well, you can say there is a video. There isn't. You go ahead. You know, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you. You're obviously just an obnoxious defender. There's no fucking discussion of how their black holes existed in the first place and how they collided with each other. There is absolutely no explanation of that on their website. It's not anywhere. No, quantum computing, qubits are imaginary nonsense. There's no shortcut to the right answer. You can't just go, I want the answer to 2 plus 2, but I don't want to bother adding 2 plus 2. I just want to go to the answer. Does that make any sense to you? Here's a gigantic formula. Fuck it. Don't bother doing it. Let's just jump over to the answer. Do you really think that's possible? But that's basically what the fucking quantum computer is basically saying, fuck doing the formula. We'll just jump to the answer. I mean, it's just stupid as a principle. It's moronic. It's like just saying I'll just go to the future and I'll get the answer to the test in the future, and then I'll drive back to the past and then I'll take the test. I mean, it's just stupid. Yes, if their acceleration asshole was caused by each other, then they'd have to crash into each other. That's the point. The point is they have to go into each other's gravity with pre-existing velocity to miss each other. If I throw a marble into a true gravitational wave, it will always, if I just drop it, if I just hold it and release it, it will always directly hit the fucking thing in the center. It'll always crash right the fuck into it. Okay? It'll never miss. The only way I can make it miss is I have to give it velocity before it got into the gravity. All right? This is like I said, these stupid fabric gravity models are such a lie because real gravity doesn't work that way. Real gravity forces things to either crash or fly the fuck out. That's what they'll always do. If they weren't using that fake fabric and you dropped a marble, you know, they put the weight in the fabric and then they drop the little marbles. The marbles would either fly the fuck off the other edge or they'd hit the thing in the center. There would be no such thing as orbits. You can only create orbits by creating collisions first. You have to have things bang into each other. They have to lose their velocity. Well, there's no such thing as 3 states. I'm just saying the whole argument of what a bit is lost if you say the third state is the magical I know what I'm doing bit, right? Don't bother figuring out whether it's yes or no. I'll just tell you what the real answer is, right? So that's what the third bit is the truth. Somehow the truth bit. And we somehow can have the truth bit before we actually do the formula. I'm saying that's why it's stupid. So I'm just saying there's no such thing as a third bit. There's on, there's off, period. Not on or not off is not information. There's, you know, look, the whole spooky action of the distance is exactly that. There's no such thing as paired photons. There's no such thing as faster than light communication. There's no such thing as entanglement. Entanglement is bullshit. Yeah, well, I don't know where Australian guy's been doing. He hasn't, you know, he has my Skype. He hasn't really Skyped me or anything. I guess I could, you know, I'm not very social, so I don't really say anything to anybody. So, I mean, I guess I could just Skype him and say, what the fuck's going on, Australian guy? What are you doing? But I haven't done that. But yeah, maybe in the future I'll do that. Like, this was a surprise room, so there's no reason for him to be, you know, looking for it. I'm just saying, you're never going to get what you're going to get is a nano computer. That's certainly doable in the sense that they certainly can they can certainly store, there's just certainly smaller places to store bits, okay, than on magnetic film. So I mean, they're still sort of dependent on some sort of magnetized register. So I'm just saying eventually they should be able to store bits on something like, you know, a smaller substrate. But I'm just saying that we're already small enough, to tell you the truth. You know, I mean, you could sort of make a supercomputer now by just piling, you know, 400 or 500 androids on top of each other. So I mean, what do you need? What are we going to do with this extra computing power? You know, there's no shortage of computer power now, if you ask me. I mean, you know, you really don't need bigger computers to figure out your poo-poo stinks. There's not. What question are you going to ask your supercomputer? Uh, I got a coupon for 50 cents off if I buy 4. Is that a good deal? Is that what you're going to ask it? What are you going to ask the supercomputer? Well, I'm just saying, to me, the game is already kind of like, we've already got so much computer power that it's really not the problem anymore. It's finding something useful to do with the computer power that's the problem. So, I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't use a computer that works twice as fast or something. I'm not saying there isn't room for improvement, but I'm just saying we already have a ton of computing power. And what are they doing with it? You know, figuring out ways to make the ads more bouncy. It just, you know, there's no function anymore. There's no utility. Yeah, that whole Hitchhiker's Guide thing was not much of a. The movie I thought kind of just was a piece of suck, and the old series was kind of, you know, it had funny bits, no doubt, but you know, there was a lot of dead shit in it. Didn't really appeal to me. I mean, it sort of got to the futility of life thing a little bit. It just didn't. Yeah, the universe is even more uninteresting. What's my girlfriend's Facebook password? Oh, I guess that's something you could ask it. Yeah. Cutie. It's cutie pie. Pootie pie, right? It's probably something stupid. Password. Yeah, I think that's the top female password is password. Yeah, well, I've always thought about the lightning thing. That's always been a pet little thought experiment for me, was trying to think of ways of capturing lightning. You know, I was thinking like flywheels and, you know, different mechanisms to try to find some way to take that much power so quickly. But yeah, I haven't thought of anything brilliant yet. But it's my brain says it's there. You know, that there's probably something just so simple, and it's like everybody's gonna say, "Oh fuck, why didn't I think of that? It's so fucking obvious." You know, because, you know, if the clouds can do it, you know, why can't we? Right? It's that simple, right? If clouds can do it, why can't we? Yeah, well, storage can be in stages. You know, that's the trick, right? You have to have a mouth that can first take it, and then you can chew it, and then you can swallow it. You know, so these are like that's how I would think of it. I would think of it as a process thing. Like, you can only store it for a few milliseconds. You know, so you can do that, and then what you want to do is bleed it off of that storage really quickly. So you want to have a lot of branches into different storage, you know, a mechanism, But yeah, that could be mechanical, so that could be like wheels turning or some other kind of thing. And then you got to convert that into some sort of chemical storage or something, but you have to have it. You have to just create a thing where the energy moves through different mediums that allow you to push the electrons at a slower and slower rate, so you can finally slow it down. So it's like you have to slow down the volume. So you need like a rubber band. Yeah, you need like an electrical rubber bandy thing. Yeah, I have to think of that. Maybe that's the idea. But yeah, it's the whole flux capacitor, right? That's the irony. I mean, that movie Back to the Future, somebody pretty clever must have been the consultant on that movie, because the flux capacitor, that was just such a, that's the idea, right? How do you store energy? Yeah, impedance was it's never a word I got along with. I could understand resistance, right? But impedance, what the fuck is that? I still don't understand it entirely. I mean, it just has to do with coils getting clogged, basically, right? I mean, it just has to do with it's kind of the problem of the eddy current, the um, the fact that there's always going to end up being this out of phase conflict. And so that creates this resistance, but it's really resistance. It's not impedance. It's resistance. It's just, caused by a different thing. Yeah, I don't know enough about microwaves, but I mean, microwaves is another thing that they don't shoot very well. So I don't know how you would, they don't store at all, right? I mean, how do you store a microwave? But I guess you could use the microwaves to heat something. So that might work, like a massive amount of microwaves could heat water. So that might work technically, right? So I mean, you could convert it into microwaves, have the microwaves heat water, and then you could use the hot water to run a steam turbine or something. Yeah, that might be interesting. So you have to create a vessel though that is, where the microwaves don't leak. So that's a little tricky, because you're talking about a massive amount of microwaves, right? So that might be really interesting. Salt, not water. So microwaves affect salt more than they affect water. I think microwaves I don't think microwaves do much to salt, but I've never, I haven't exploded any salt in the microwave. It is kind of neat about microwaves how, they they really get along with so many things, just the metals thing, but I mean, everything else they sort of get along with. I mean, you would think there would be some kind of chemistry, that microwaves would just hate, they just blow it up or something. Well, I don't think reactance is a real word, so I mean, I don't think it's a real electronics word. I'm just saying that impedance is just about another way of flow control. It's another thing that's an obstacle to the movement of current, but it's not as direct as resistance. I mean, resistance is, yeah, I'm basically just pinching the wire, or I'm taking, I'm I'm providing less conductor for you to be able to push the electricity through. But impedance is much more complicated because the resistance is completely force based. So the resistance to the flow of the current is being created by creating force in the opposite direction or in some direction that prevents the current from moving as efficiently. Yeah, well, the thorium thing is just such a whatever. That's the pyro dream. My gripe with thorium is if it really worked, they would have developed plants. And every plant they've built hasn't been able to produce enough electricity to justify its production. So I'm just saying that obviously it's a technology that's it's not all that perfect. I was surprised how, I thought those satellites that had little nuclear power plants on them, I thought they produced quite a lot of electricity. And it was like, I was amazed how little, like the Saturn probes and stuff, they have little nuclear power plants and they only produce like 250 watts. I mean, it's just like, oh shit. You're shooting nuclear shit into space and you're only getting 200 watts out of it. But nuclear submarines seem to do really well in our aircraft carrier. So I was thinking that maybe they should just make a lot of these small scale nuclear. I know having more plants is a bad idea, but damn, they seem pretty reliable. But I don't know, maybe that's because they're built to be so much more durable, and so they're kind of expensive. So they probably don't produce electricity at a very good, their return on dollar investment probably isn't very good. Well, anytime you're pushing, as long as you're shooting something material out of an exhaust, it will be thrust because matter has the momentum. So when you release matter in some form, like you can release it in the little particulates and that's fine. But the point is you're basically releasing the matter without the velocity. So you have velocity already. You shoot out some matter. The matter you're releasing, you're stealing its velocity from it by making it now velocity neutral or velocity opposite to yourself. And so as soon as you make it velocity opposite to yourself, that means you kept the velocity it had. And so you've done the exchange. And so you've gotten lighter, you have more velocity. So now you're going to be accelerated. So as long as you're shooting matter from your exhaust, you're okay. Now, if you're going to shoot stuff like light, then you're going to be in trouble, in my opinion, or even electrons, because they don't really have momentum. So losing those won't do you any good. You have to really give away matter. You have to give away atoms. You have to release an atom in some, like I said, it doesn't matter if you explode it or not, but you have to release it. And exploding it's probably the best way to release its velocity from it. That's the way you get the acceleration out of it. The positive acceleration is by exploding it. But that's something I just thought about like the last 2 days. I figured that one out. I mean, I figured it out in the sense I never really thought about it, but you can't release force. You have to release actual stuff that has momentum. I think. Well, obviously you can just release tons, but I mean, how do you release tons only going one way is the problem. I guess I should have put it that way. It's almost impossible to release just all stuff of one kind without basically destroying some matter. So you actually have to consume matter to make the photon. So I guess the argument would be you're still destroying the matter. So you have to consume matter to gain velocity. I mean, but that's sort of a given because you're not going to be able to just store photons somewhere. So that's not going to, can't make like a photon tank. Well, rail guns are just the only point that matters is the gun part. The rail doesn't do you all that much good except steer you in some direction. But so what? Steering's easy. You know, the steering part is the least of your problems when you're going fast. Why hasn't more been done with hydrogen then? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it'd be interesting to try to model hydrogen because it's a, I mean, one electron, one proton. This is this is really difficult to model. I mean, how does that stay together? Because I don't really buy into the whole orbiting electron crap. So if it's not orbiting, it seems like the proton's playing the critical role here. And so I have to think about that one some more. But there's lots of atoms that get in that condition. Like I said, lithium is in that condition where it has that one external electron, and that's like, well, what's what's keeping that stuck? What's the dent in the inner ring that creates the hole that it's sitting in? Everything has to kind of sit in a force hole to stay bound. There has to be a hole of some kind. Like I'm saying, a metaphorical hole, not a literal hole. But there has to be a force depression. Well, what answers most questions? I don't know. I don't see any link, so I don't know what you're talking about. Why the number of legs, the length, etc. What does that have to do with anything? How the mirror? I don't need to know any of that. I know all that shit. The only part that matters is how can they possibly filter for sounds they haven't heard? You don't have an answer for that question. And again, I'm just going to argue the premise of them stating that they have proven the existence in some way or another, that black holes even exist, that black holes can spin, that black holes can collide, and that black holes can create bent space. Go ahead, you show me where they explain how they created bent space. Not energy, bent space. Well, again, range that's not saying anything. We know that the computer's looking for a pattern. They pre-decide what the pattern they're looking for is, and then they look for it. The point is that this was a predefined pattern of two black holes. This wasn't something they made up after the fact. This is a pattern they made before the fact. I mean, it's the same way the Higgs boson in a way was found, is they defined what the residue of a Higgs would look like, and they just set the computer loose and said, go find it in all of these collider experiments. Here, we'll give you the collider crap, the zillions of pages of little squiggly things, and you go ahead and find the squiggle we're looking for. I'm just saying that's not exactly the best kind of science. Yeah, so you're conceding my point. So they modeled two black holes, something that we don't even have evidence exist. And they modeled them, in my opinion, in a way that basic laws of gravity make impossible unless they're going to claim that black holes had tremendous velocity. And I'm just saying, where did they get the velocity? Because to get velocity, they have to impact matter all moving the same direction. For fuck's sake, velocity doesn't come from nowhere, it comes from somewhere. Well, I don't want to get into the whole Higgs thing, but I mean, obviously, I mean, when I found out they weren't really, they knew they couldn't see a Higgs, so what they were looking for was the byproduct of the Higgs. So they were looking for the Higgs after it interacted with a whatever, a neutrino and a functati, and then the functati spins funny, and that fucks up an electron, and then the electron turns into an anti-neutron and blows up the phagoton, and they know it's a Higgs because the phagoton blew up. I mean, it's not exactly fingerprints or something, you know. I mean, this science is really, really, really thin. I mean, they're way out on the fucking plank, and they're pretending like this is all solid cement they're walking on, but it's goddamn mushy shit. Yeah, I know. Well, it's like, I hate to keep making comparisons like this, because I hate to call scientists religious kooks, but they're like religious kooks, right? They just keep coming up with rationalizations. They're just, we need to, okay, well, we can fix the religion. Let's just add another Holy Ghost, we can make it all make sense. Dark matter. We'll just shove in some fudge, some little God powers to fix it. And it's just disgraceful, in my opinion, that it's like Huygens and dark matter, and I don't even know the point of the dark energy thing. I guess that's because there's too much pull in the universe, so they need some push, so they just invent some little pushy energy. It's just such a crock of shit. Well, string theory is just the idea that everything is kind of, it's like the idea of a rubber ball. The expansion forces there to be a contraction, and so the string theory is just more of a rubber band theory, but you don't want to call it that. So it sort of explains why things are pulled towards each other, because it creates these rubber bands. But it's just like bent space. I mean, string theory is just replacing bent space with rubber bands. To me, that's not a progressive move forward. It's just another stupid, idiotic, fucktarded metaphor. Yeah, I don't know about inevitable, but I mean, clearly, if you have 10 things you're looking for, well, then it makes it easier. And if you have 100 things you're looking for, it makes it even easier. And if you have 1,000 things you're looking for, then it makes it even easier. So yeah, they just do a bunch of computer simulations of black holes falling into neutron stars, bouncing off of galactic nebula, and yeah, maybe they'll find that noise next. Yeah, well, I mean, the only way string theory works, though, is you have to have the dimensional crap, because it's just like the Einstein thing. These strings they don't obey the laws of conservation. They don't acknowledge the existence of velocity as something possessed by a thing. The matter actually possesses it. So they don't even understand properly that they always have to account for it, because it's in the thing itself. It is possessed by it. So it's like when, Hoffladay brought that up in this rope idea. Like, I could send waves through a rope, right? And the two ripples go through each other, and then they meet and they destructively interfere, and you end up with a flat line. And that flat line will two loops will come out of it. But you have this flat piece of rope, and you're saying, why does the flat piece of rope all of a sudden do something? Well, it's because we know the force, the energy is still in it. But from their perception, there is nothing. So when they create a straight rope, they don't account for the fact that there might be energy in the rope. And that's the part where it all fails, because that's why they have to create dimensions where things pop in and out of existence, because they have to explain how the lumps all of a sudden appear. Oh, it must have come from another dimension. Yeah, I mean, physics just needs a reboot. It's got blue screen written all over it right there. It's like a blue screen, and the physicists are just drawing this stuff on the screen, right? There's no computer working anymore. It's completely blue screen, and they're just making this shit up. You know, there's no connection to a proper a proper principles and proper premises. There's just no sensible premise. I mean, once you do this Heisenberg crap, and you got your dead cats, half alive, and I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. You're moving the speed of light and you're turning your flashlight on. I mean, it just, fuck, it's all just too retarded. Well, it's not even the old stuff, right? I mean, it's the new stuff that went rotten. It's the Einstein that went rotten on them, and they just can't let it go. Yeah, it really is a funny analogy. But yeah, they're looking at a blue screen and they're just writing a YouTube video. I'll just draw the YouTube video on the screen. Fuck if it don't play. Who cares? I have a formula. That's all that matters. I'll just write the formulas. I don't have to have any reality. The computer doesn't have to actually compute anything. I'll just write all the formulas on there and say, there, it's predicting everything. No problem. But yeah, I'm just sitting here, and like I said, it is a weird position to be in your life where could this possibly be true, Gary? Could all of these smart people just completely have stepped over reality, just constantly just walked? It's just sitting there. The $5,000 bill is just sitting there on the sidewalk, and a million people have just walked right over it. And you're just walking by and you say, "Hey, there's $5,000." And you're like, "Oh, there's got to be a catch, right?" I mean, I'm on TV and somebody's going to see if I'm an honest person or something. There's got to be a catch, right? There's a catch. So I keep thinking, no, there's got to be a catch. It's got to be a catch. But I don't think there is. I think they're just all too busy, admiring each other's, pocket pouches, to be bothered doing any physics. I mean, like physics, like physical. Fuck the physical part. Let's just do the unicorn shit. Well, it's just, the idea of multi dimensions is just so fucking extravagant. I mean, that's not even that's more preposterous than Jesus, right? That's not like if Jesus was a hippopotamus, that's like, it's like, wouldn't like religion be even crazier if Jesus was like a talking hippopotamus? And like everybody now is believing that there was actually a talking hippopotamus. Everybody be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's a talking hippopotamus, Joe." Well, we call him Jesus, but yeah, his name was Joe. Joe, the talking hippopotamus, and yeah, he raised the dead and did all kinds of neat stuff. But his followers were just shitheads, and they were too concerned with taking care of the poor and stuff. And the hippopotamus said, the poor will be with you always, because he was the savior and stuff. But I mean, yeah, it would be ludicrous. Everybody'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? It's a 2,000-year-old hippopotamus story. I'm not buying that shit." You know, it's just kind of funny that they just can't do that. They can't just say, "Oh, wait a minute, this has gotten too silly, too silly." I mean, it's like a Monty Python sketch. Somebody who should have walked into physics on one of those documentaries on the, you know, when they all show up and sit in their chairs, it'd be all pretentious. Somebody should just walk on the stage and just go, "Too silly, too fucking silly. You're all fired. Fuck this shit." Oh, consciousness is an illusion inside a brain, okay? It's just an illusion. It creates a thing that thinks it's feeling, and that's it. It's just an illusion in your brain. I'm not saying it's not one hell of an illusion, but like as Einstein would say, but it's just fucking electricity moving through freaking channels, and it's just a hologram created in your brain. It's just a fake, phony, you know, image of meaning, but it's not a real thing. It's just an image of it. It's an image of terror and horror and pain. And that's all it is, though. It's just an image of it. There's no screen, there's no projector. You're not sitting in the theater watching it. But they're all invisible things, but they're obviously been created as illusions, and the illusion becomes the reality. The illusion is, it might as well be a reality. There, let me put it that way. But it doesn't come from anything but brain arrangement. The brain makes it happen. Well, yes, the hyperboloid. Yeah, the donut, the magic donut. It is kind of funny that a big fat guy would come up with a hyperboloid, right? Yeah, it's the donut. The donut. Yeah, it's like a Homer Simpson kind of view of the universe. But on the Amendum channel, I do lots of philosophy videos on consciousness and shit and brains. So somewhere in there, I've made a better answer about what consciousness is. But it's just like the synthesis of meaning. You know, meaning couldn't exist without a brain to manufacture it. As funny as that sounds, value couldn't exist without a brain to manufacture it. Well, that's just a big pile of crap. Your brain is designed to calculate the frequencies. It's just a silly fucking pile of mush. You might as well say your brain is full of pixies, and they all went to Hogsworth High School. No, it's not about being smart. It's about being clever. They're kind of different things. Our air is like fish's water. Then space is just a different medium, and it all works like that. Period. You know, that's impressive. Not a great contribution so far. Well, people in our form. I mean, obviously, there was people with big brains for a long time, but they didn't have much in the brain. You know, they had UG, Ugh, ugh, ugh. Yeah, they had ugh and ugh, ugh. And that was about it. And so, but yeah, I don't know, humanoids, 2 million years or so. And then you start turning into a, you know, whatever, some sort of chim human. Yeah, intelligence is a key word, right? But intelligence is all these wrong and false axioms, all these false truths, bent space and Jeebus, right? I mean, unfortunately, a lot of intelligence is not smart. Depositors create the money that's being lent. Yeah, sorry, wrong. Uh, hmm. Frequencies are really quite. I wish they never came up with the word wavelength, because then we wouldn't worry about all this wave shit. But the idea of a frequency, the idea of the tipping argument is just so logical to me. That if you throw two things at the right time, you can knock something over. Because you take advantage of its position, its weakened position. So if you throw two rocks at just the right time, you could knock something over. You throw the two rocks at the wrong time, you don't knock it over. And that's the only place where frequency is important in all of this physics, is the fact that everything has tipping points, so to speak. Well, Adam, you're wrong. So there, you can't, well, it's not an alternative to both. You mean something that is common to both, and they already have so much in common. That's the whole point. I mean, to deny the fucking, the force, the speed of force is just so obvious a connection between these things. And for them to deny, I mean, gravity moving the same speed as magnetism should be like a fucking huge giveaway. And then to find out, oh, it moves the same speed as light. I mean, it's a huge giveaway, and the fact that they can't figure that out, that they should account for that. I mean, why is bent space moving at the same speed as light? I mean, why is it doing that? Why is something so alien to light moving at the same speed as light? I mean, it would be a preposterous coincidence that bent space bends at exactly the same speed as magnetism magnetizes and light perturbates. That just doesn't make any sense. Well, heat is just, the infrared part obviously is photons. So, they're just photons at a specific frequency. And the electrons like to produce, their tons at specific frequencies, because electrons are a certain size. So there'd be a certain consistency in the fact that they would be vibrating at a certain way is their natural vibrating frequency, let's call it. And so that would be the frequency that's probably infrared, because that's the common vibrating frequency. But that's sort of the, I don't want to make it too mechanical, but like the idea of shaking it, and you're shaking it at a certain speed. Well, this speed creates infrared, and that's the speed they're vibrating most of the time. But every now and then you could shake them a little faster, and then that would be ultraviolet. You see, it's not that foreign an idea. I make videos. I don't make podcasts on this subject. To me, it's not that kind of a podcasty kind of subject. you So you do have to draw a picture now and then. Yeah, well, light isn't a wave, so you're just full of shit. Take that crap somewhere else. It's not about getting hit too often. It's about getting hit. I mean, it's not that complicated, right? I mean, you can imagine that you can tilt something. Okay, you hit it once and it starts to move. And then right when it's going to go back, you hit it again. It's not that hard to figure out. Well, it doesn't even have to be a particle, but it's not a wave. I don't care what you call it. I mean, particle, speck of spark, clump of clumpiness, corpuscle of crap. It doesn't matter what the fuck. I'm just saying the thing is obviously just a thing. The thing, the bit. The bit moves the speed of light. And the more bits in the stream, that's a frequency. No bits in the stream, no frequency, then you ain't going to see the bit. The bit's not visible unless it's bit, 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 bit at the right frequency. But they're bits. Nothing's waving. They're fucking bullets like shot out of a machine gun. It's no fucking, you don't call, I shoot you with a machine gun. You're not going to say you were waved to death. I was tsunamied. The tsunami came and tsunamied me. No, that's not what happened. Look, if you just keep typing crap, I'm just going to really get pissed off and just say the fuck with you. I'll put you in the timeout box or something. Your brain is not worried about frequencies, idiot. Your brain is a logic device. It associates certain patterns with other patterns with other patterns, but it's all digital, for fuck's sake. Well, you're an idiot, Andre. How does Hathaway, he hasn't even touched the subject of light, you cunt. And Pirot has no clue whatsoever. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, you're an idiot. I'm not going to listen to your fucking tripe. Hey, what the fuck happened? My chat window disappeared. Go ahead and quote a Pirot brilliantism. Go ahead. I dare you. I defy you. I dare you to type a quote from a Pirot in this room so everybody can just mock the fuck out of you. What the hell is wrong with this fucking chat window? It keeps disappearing. I want to do anything to it, it disappears. Fucking cunt window. Well, go ahead. Explain to me what Hathaway has said on the subject of light that was just so interesting. I mean, he's basically just made a video pointing out how he thinks waves are an emergent property. That means they are caused by something. They're not a fundamental function of the universe. So exactly how then does light become perpetuated in Hathaway's theory, retard? Well, whatever. Look, I mean, do this. All right, do this religious shit somewhere else, okay? I've given you fair enough warning. I'm totally uninterested in your frequency of the brain theory that's based on absolutely not one shred of fucking evidence, not a single solitary piece of evidence. It's just made up rubbish words you've put together. You think frequencies are magical. Well, that's your problem, retard. Okay, you're a religious kook. And I'm not interested. I have to refresh the page, I guess. We'll try that anyway. That didn't work either. Dun, 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 dun. Where is that cunt? Yeah. To my understanding, well, what is your understanding? Because if you think a computer works on frequencies, you're an idiot. The only time it makes things in frequencies is when it's has to communicate bit data from one place to another. But the frequency has nothing to do with it. It just has to do with the fact that it has to send the data in a linear manner. It can't send it in a bit manner. It can't do well. It can really. I mean, if it creates enough channels, it can send it as pure bit data. But I mean, most of the time, it has to send it in some other form, and it just uses frequencies to carry the information. But they're just carrying the information. The frequencies have nothing to do with the information. They're just like an FM signal. The FM signal has nothing to do with the information on the signal. Do you think the radio, do you think what the guy is saying has something to do with what fucking frequency he's saying it on? Of course not. Well, you can't make any sense out of what Piro says. I mean, it's all gibberish. Well, it's doing this magnetic thing, and then it's doing this, and it's you know, but it's consolidated, and it's forward, but it's not very forward. And then it's Huygens, but it's the Huygenses aren't going everywhere. But you know, I tested a laser, and you know, if I shine it across the lake, it makes a really big spot. So obviously, you know, in the two slit experiment, the laser is spreading, because they always do two slit experiments from 4 miles away. I mean, haven't you heard about that? Like they do the two slit experiment, and then like they shoot the laser 4 miles to the slits. You see? I mean, Piro just talking out of his ass. He went to school like 563 years ago. He took one, you know, physics course for like 2 months at Berkeley, and so he thinks he's a physicist. You know, so fuck it. And he'll talk to me like I haven't done the research, which is I have watched all of the MIT lectures, all of them, 80 whatever, 801, 802, 803, 803X. I've watched at least half of all of the Yale lectures. And then I've watched the Stanford ones, but all the Stanford ones are mostly that I haven't found any good Stanford ones on basic physics. It's always that guy who's all that black hole shit. But yeah, I've watched plenty of the black hole crap too. So I mean, I've done my work. I've watched every two slit experiment in the universe, I think. You know, it's just, no one's going to challenge my knowledge on the two slit experiment. I mean, I just been there and done that one to pieces. Well, again, if that's going to be the extent of how you authorize your, you know, you sit there and you type propaganda essentially on somebody's video based on, well, he sounds like he knows what he's doing. I mean, you know, I'm supposed to be impressed by that, or I'm supposed to say, oh shit, I'm wasting my time reading this guy's comments, right? Why should I read comments from somebody who's basically just said, I don't have an authorized opinion on anything. I don't know shit, but I heard the Pope say it, so it must be true, right? Because the Pope seems like a nice guy. He seems to know what he's talking. He speaks 2 languages at least. I mean, so he's got to know how to do something right. Or maybe he doesn't speak 2. That's right, he doesn't speak English, right? Yeah. Sorry, my mistake. I'm just saying black holes, as massive as they describe them, I don't think they can exist, just because I don't think you can compress mass. I just don't think you can. Now, the neutron thing, I said, gets a little complicated. You can't smash electrons and protons together. That just ain't going to happen, because then black holes would be extremely, just imagine how explosive they would be if they actually were compressing protons and electrons, because that's like creating all these nuclear springs. I mean, that's incredible tension you'd have to create to smash them so close together that the amount of quanta energy pushing between them, you know, they have compressed a bunch of quanta by moving together. You're talking about all the field energy between them is also getting compressed. So it's not just the matter that you're compressing, but you're compressing all the field energy between the matter. And so there would be, you know, it's like an incredible spring you're creating. So I don't understand how black holes don't fucking blow up. I mean, supernova shouldn't be spectacular, because when a black hole goes, it should be in an incredible fucking explosion. And I just don't see what would cause black holes to just peacefully die. Oh no, I'm just going to peacefully drift away like an old soldier. I'm just going to go off and blah, 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 blah. Even though I contain, you know, 400 solar masses, I'm just going to drift off over here and mind my own business. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is funny that it turns out to be simple. Yeah, you know, I guess that's why I could find it, is because it is simple. But it's like even the movement of the electron, right? I mean, even when I came up with the polarization thing, and you're thinking about the movement of electrons, and it kind of turns out that, yeah, they do this perpendicular thing, right? I mean, we know that EMF leaves electrons perpendicular to the flow of the current. So we kind of know that when electrons are being pushed in a direction, they release this stuff perpendicular, and it's always perpendicular, you know? So it's it's like it would be so much more complicated if there was all these other little angles you could have, but you really only have the right angle. It's the only one you have to worry about. I mean, the only interaction that's taking place is the red stuff hits the blue stuff, and you know, the red stuff goes the new direction, and the blue stuff goes the red direction, and that's all that's happening. I mean, the whole thing is really simple. But with that one thing, you know, is like I said, you can create the square, you can create the perpetual trap for force. And that's essentially what matter's got to be made out of, is these perpetual traps of force. Somewhere there's got to be a triangle or a square. You know, somewhere inside of every atom, you're going to find the triangle or the square. And then, of course, in the bigger atoms, you get into octagons and blocktagons and stocktagons and octagons and all that kind of crap. But I just mean the geometry. It really is a geometric universe. And circles are kind of an illusion. They all have Lysing lines. You just can't see them. Yeah, I fear for too simple, but it you know, it isn't really too simple when you really think about how all of this force flow has to go. And it's so, you know, the amazing thing is the precision of it. See, that's the geometry, right? Because it's always so exact. You know, the idea that you could shoot a photon a billion light years and hit exactly a spot, and nothing ever fails to hit exactly that spot. You know, it's so fucking accurate. I mean, there's just no error code in the function. I mean, there might have been error code in the creation, but there's no error in the function. Ah, yes, the sacred geometry. But there are grains of truth in Ken's arguments. He's just, you know, he just takes it all way too far, and is way too eccentric in his rhetoric. Yeah, well, the math is another thing where, they've made it difficult, right? Because they use all these stupid symbols. So if they had to actually say what the thing was that they were doing, then you would know what they were talking about, right? But when they say sine theta, you're supposed to know that theta is the angle of the deviation between, the two vectors of blah, blah, blah. And if you don't know that, well, then you can't do the equation because you don't know you don't know what theta is. And then they have lambda, and then they have lambda and smamda and damda, and they have all these stupid fucking, and if they actually had to do a formula where they said this is the byproduct of the ratio of the thing's weight to its velocity. So instead of calling it lambda, they call it the weight to its velocity. I mean, it would be so much better if the math was more explicit. And if you do pay attention and you actually look at Einstein's field equations, and you start to just break them down into, like, okay, you take the tensor part out and you say, okay, the tensor is just the compensation for the sun's center of gravity moving in the same period of time that the other, but I'm just saying, once you break it down to pieces, then you can better understand which one is the important element and which one's the bullshit element. And the fact that it's not doing bent space, it's just doing it's using the same exact variables that Newton is using. It's just using them in the time frame that Newton didn't understand. Newton didn't know the speed of light. Newton didn't understand that gravity moved at a speed. So that's all that Einstein is really adding, is the fact that gravity moves at a speed, light moves at a speed, and he was also compensating for the fact that the Earth is making gravity on the sun, and the sun is making gravity on the Earth, but it's not the other way around. The Newton's simple equation of m1 and m2 was too simple because the force is different for the sun and the Earth. They can't be called one force. They're two separate forces. And you can't do that. You can't do just a simple combining of the two. That's just summation. So Newton's mistake was he made a sum out of two separate forces. Yeah, well, Ken is just what you call eccentric, right? So, you can cut a guy a lot of slack for being eccentric, but his fundamental character is asshole. So he's not just eccentric, he is a fucking preposterous asshole. I mean, his rhetoric is so obnoxious and he does nothing to defend it. I mean, the fact that he's so bold in his claims about his authority and his right to speak, and yet he will not let anyone else speak. I mean, it's just such cowardice. Polarizing filters are interesting, yeah, because it really is amazing. When you see when you see one of those real photographs, like where they take a photograph of a window, and you can't see anything through the window, and then they put the polarizing filter in, and you see everything in the room, and it's almost like amazing that that detail was there, and that somehow this filter is making it visible. In high, it's just kind of an amazing fact of what this extra light was doing in terms of hiding what was behind it. And the very fact that light that could somehow hide something and that you can somehow erase it, like a polarizing filter is kind of erasing it. And, you're erasing a distraction. And it's just, so it is really interesting, that it's possible to see, that you can, I don't even know how to put this. I mean, what you're seeing is the reflected light. So you're seeing photons that are bouncing off of something. They're not emanating from the thing. So in the sense that they're reflecting, which means they are getting produced by the thing, but they're being produced by the thing with different polarization. And the thing you want to see is one polarization, and the thing you don't want to see is another polarization. And just kind of amazing that you can just block those out. Yeah, well, Ken keeps saying how everything's simplex, and then he starts talking about hyperboloids, and then he starts talking about how light's a coaxial cable. Now, if that's simple, fuck me in the head, right? I mean, I don't, I'm retarded. If that's really what simple is, you say to somebody, light's like a coaxial cable, and that makes everything obvious to you because it frankly doesn't do it for me. you know, I don't get how that's light at all. I mean, it just how do I get all that coaxial cable out of my camera? He does these stupid things. There's photons. Where all the photons go? Well, maybe that's when your camera's getting hot, jackass. The amplification of all those photons. But yeah, I mean, he's just impossible, right? I mean, Ken is just preposterous. I tried in so many polite ways to say, look, let's talk about this shit because we share a common interest in the sense that established physics is wrong. But I also think that your ether thing is a little bit weak. I mean, you got to give your ether some, you got to give it some energy to make gravity make sense. And now he's just calling gravity magnetism, and you can't do that. There's just no evidence. You can't say it's invisible magnetism. I mean, isn't that kind of like retarded? No, it's just invisible magnetism. I mean, double invisible. I mean, because regular magnetism's already invisible, so yeah, it's just double invisible. Well, I think Andre guy, you're full of shit, is what you are. So no one understands you because there's probably actual shit coming out of your mouth when you're talking, and the people are turning their heads in disgust because you seem like a preposterous shit talker. Gravity is hard to understand at all. Well, that's not a good sentence, actually. Not a good sentence at all. Gravity's the easiest of it all. I mean, just turn into a push and you understand it right away. Yeah, well, the problem with a field is again, I just keep saying it. The obvious thing to account for is they talk about gravity being a weak force, but obviously it's an incredibly powerful force. It's fucking moving whole galaxies and suns and all this shit. It's incredibly powerful. And so if you come up with an actual force to explain gravity, you'll understand that, oh, yeah, I have lots of gravity force left over. So, yeah, if I polarize it, I turn it into magnetism. And if I put it at a frequency, I turn it into light. I mean, it's just so obvious that there's so much of this gravity shit that it gives you can make all the other forces out of it. It's the flour for all the other bread dough, so to speak. It's the fundamental force in that sense. And so once you put it out there and you account for how much of it there has to be because it has to move entire planets, well, then you get the idea that there's a ton of force out there. Yeah. And so why shouldn't there be magnetism, and why shouldn't there be atoms held together and all the rest of this shit through all these electric and magnetic forces that are just really polarized gravity? It's just so simple. Well, it's the radiation part is the opposite of radiation in the sense that if you think about a field of random bits all moving the speed of light, you just put something in the middle of that random bits moving the speed of light, you'll fast realize that it's like an opposite of a light bulb, that all the bits that are going to hit you, they all look like they're coming right for you. It's all straight lines. And it's just basically the opposite of a light bulb. The force is doing exactly the opposite. It's equal all around you. All the bits are going to hit you. It's all equal. And it isn't until something else moves into that light that a shadow is created. And once the shadow is created, then you have an uneven pressure, and the void will be filled by you. Okay, you're going to fall into that weak pressure. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. I'm just saying with the polarization thing and the proton electron, but I'm just saying it's basically that simple. It's, if you think about it as a light radiating in the opposite direction, you can automatically understand how the shadow thing would mean they'd have to crash into each other. I think the cat wants something. Ugh. I'll be back probably shortly. I need a better camera cover. My Chinese coupon isn't quite making it. There we go. That should do it. All right. I'll be back momentarily, probably, mostly. What do you want there, cat? Yeah. Ugh. Not entirely back yet, but let the cat out means I have to let the cat in, blah, blah, blah. Double slit close up for intermission. I don't know exactly what that means, but hopefully that didn't happen. Yeah, hopefully I blocked the right camera and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, what I have an issue with is gravitational potential energy. It seems like patchwork to question whether energy comes from accelerating objects together. Well, see, the trick is it's not, obviously it's not really a push force. It's the force is absorbed by the thing when it accelerates. So if you think about acceleration being like the school of fish thing, like for the school of fish to move, it needs fish to go into it that are moving in the direction you want to move in, kind of a thing. And you have to get rid of the fish going the wrong way. So acceleration is basically the absorption of fish going the right way and the release of fish going the wrong way. And when you absorb the fish, that means those fish don't hit the other thing in front of you. And if those fish don't hit the thing in front of you, that means it'll move forward towards you. And so as you accelerate, the other thing accelerates towards you, and then you accelerate and it moves towards you. So it's a kind of an induction process. And so like magnetism, gravity is kind of induced through the process of acceleration. But as I explained earlier, like 2 hours ago or whatever the fuck it was, the trick is the gravity you feel from an object is really the leftover gravity from the other stuff it already collected. So the gravity you're creating is a minor part of the gravity you're going to experience. So it's funny as that sounds, because there's always a ton of leftover gravity. It's like you induce in something a huge amount of light, but most of the light will never hit you. If I can use that analogy. Since the light doesn't, it's not like a laser beam communication between object and object. If they communicate with a laser beam, then the force would be incredibly strong. But it's because the force is spread out. That's why gravity is called a weak force, is because it's spread out. It's spread over the entire surface of the object, the whole 180 degrees of the sphere. The whole face of the sphere is emanating the force, so you don't see most of the force. And when the force is affecting electrons and protons, though, they're like shooting the stuff at each other like laser beams. So every single fish hits them, where in the big universe, when two gravitational objects are affecting each other, most of the fish don't even hit you. So the fish you cause in the other body don't even get near you. That's why the force is so weak. Okay, so I think I'm back for a little while anyway. Got some coffee. And the cat should leave me alone, hopefully. But we'll see. Let's see. So you thought something? What a mistake. Without potential energy, I don't think there would be any difference between inertia and kinetic energy. Well, kinetic energy and inertia aren't the same thing anyway, or even related. I don't think there's a useful distinction to be made between potential and kinetic energy in a really important way. I mean, you could just argue that all matter is potential energy, in the sense that you can let it free and the polarization will be free. And so then it'll be able to do something in the world, in the universe. But energy is just imbalance. So when there's imbalance, you'll notice that something's moving. You'll notice that something's affected. But when it's balanced, you won't see it. So you could have tremendous amounts of energy. You could theoretically, you blow two nuclear bombs off at exactly the same strength and exactly the same time on either side of me. And theoretically, okay, I'm undisturbed. It's that kind of thing. That energy is only visible or kinetic when it's in the process of going through some sort of unbalanced equation, if I can put it that way. I don't know if that's good enough, but it'll have to do. I mean, everything's energy. There's just no way to get around that. So it's, there's just no way getting around it. It's just not a good enough word anymore. I mean, it's not well enough defined. And such. 27 people. That's not terrible. Better than the usual. Usual room was like 13. So I guess, I don't know. I guess there's been more people watching lately. Could use a few more comments, but it's not too bad. It's no good when you got too many people saying too much shit. Oh, not Walter Russell. Don't do that. Yeah, I mean, it's just mush. There's no value in. These are just people that just keep wanting to make Tesla into something more than Tesla was. I mean, the whole electric universe thing is just all this, it's all Tesla crap. And it's just not, you know, I'm not saying electricity isn't really cool, and I'm not saying magnetism isn't really cool. It really is. It's really interesting. But it's just one of the forces. And it's not foundational, any more foundational than gravity or light. I'm just never, you know, it's so many things are surprising just because, you know, magnetism, you know, the word doesn't have anything to do with anything. You know, it's just kind of funny that it's like magnified gravity, which is kind of funny that the word works out like that. And that happens again when, let's see, what was I thinking of? Oh shit, I'm not gonna remember. I had a good point, but yeah, I lost it. Um, uh, but there's a few. It's and then polarization. Yeah, that's a really interesting one too, right? Because polarization and poles, and you know, they had different kind of sources like magnetic poles and then polarization of light. But the funny thing is that it is this idea of polarized force that is magnetism. I mean, magnetism is creating two kinds of force, and it was just never thought of in that kind of sense. That it's just like polarized light. It's two polarizable um, uh, virtual photons, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, photonic force, and it's just that they're distinctly polarized. And it's just such a simple explanation for what's being produced. You know, that magnets are just filters. They're just filtering the force into two separate polarizations. And even the fact that electrons and protons were just this obvious conflict. You know, one is obviously of one pole and one is obviously at the other side of the pole. So it's essentially a magnet. It's just that the two ends of the magnet are sort of free. You know, these two monopoles. But it's basically, yeah, you put them together and you have a magnet. I mean, what's so complicated? Well, power is another useless kind of word, but whatever. A lot of crappy words in our vocabulary. Yeah, to do work. Yeah, what's working, you know. When electrons vibrate, is that working? Yeah, well, I gotta figure out how to write. I used to be a fairly good writer, but technical writing's difficult. So I definitely have to rewrite the website because it's a lot of stuff I've changed and improved. But I just hate writing. I like explaining, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm just so much more comfortable talking than I am writing. But I always had some of that just because writing was always, you know, you could sit there and look at it and say, "Oh shit, I don't like that," and so you know, I'm such a perfectionist that I keep requalifying what I'm saying. I keep restating it, and so it's hard for me to just write something and you know without it just drifting into details that I didn't want to get into. Dude, you should. Dude is just to me that's like saying asshole or saying boy. I'm not your boy. I'm not your dude, asshole. Okay, I don't know how people can't understand how dude is a, a, a level of like familiarity that you're not entitled to. You don't call the president dude. You don't call your father dude. you know, not if you don't want to get dude. I mean, not if you're my son anyway. So anyway, whether I seem pretty cool or not is irrelevant. Also, the only time I've ever seen the word dielectricity used is when Tesla cultists use it. Yeah, I know. Tesla cultists seem to be irrational in general and tend to believe in any crackpot theory available. What they seem to be, though, too, even more so, though, is just goddamn dishonest, and that's the part I can't stand about it. Because they know some of the stuff they're saying has been proven otherwise, and they just discount it or they make jokes. I mean, Ken was making fun of Lenz's law, like it's not a real substantial bit of physics, you know, and it's just like you can't just mock it. You have to actually explain why you don't think that's happening, and he doesn't do any of that. And it's that whole they have a real truther to them. When something's been debunked, they just ignore that it's been debunked and they just keep saying it and saying it and saying it. And they just keep talking about how we're going to make this perpetual energy machine. I'm going to make, an engine that runs on dog do or whatever. I mean, they just a nuclear dog do engine or something. I mean, it's just such a crock of shit. So they're more than just fanatics. They are kind of liars. Yeah, the air engine, Yeah, it just burns air and produces air as an exhaust. Well, I mean that whole planet thing. I don't, I don't follow much of that stuff, but I think it's Neptune. Is it the one? I'm not sure. Or Saturn? Maybe it's Saturn, but it has that hexagon on the bottom of it. Yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. I mean, it really fits into what I'm talking about. That you take all this frozen methane stuff and it starts making geometric shapes. That's I'm saying, yeah, that's right up my alley. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, Saturn. Well, I think the other one also has it. Tell you the truth, I think they both have it. I think Neptune also has a hexagon on it too. And I think they found it on both the North and South Pole. I think too. I'm not sure of that though. Yeah, well, it's not just from the storms though. It's the fact that the geometry of it's like the lack of friction between the clouds of gases. There's the differential in the temperatures or whatever causes it, but it really is quite interesting. And so the stuff moves in straight lines rather than going in the curved lines, which is really interesting. That it gains momentum and the momentum forces it straight. So everything moves in straight lines. I haven't, don't, I'm just talking on my ass in this part. I mean, I haven't done a whole lot of thinking about it, but I mean, that was my impression. It was just like it was this idea that you're eliminating drag, and by getting rid of the drag, everything just goes in a straight line. But they say it might be also an expression of the inner core might have some sort of iron thing in it that's like a tube of iron in the middle of it or something. So I think there is something like that too. Like there's some geometry to the way the planet hardened where it has a magnosphere or something. That's yeah. So I think there was something about that too. That'd be good if they can get some info on the freaking atmospheres, because they don't know too much about the atmospheres of these planets. Yeah, I got to do some. There's so much stuff to get knowledgeable about. There's so much little stuff out there. Because I think one of the probes, they sent it up, out of the solar system in the upward direction, and I think they found less gravity up there. So that's kind of conducive to my theory. Well, I certainly played with crystals, but I know something about them. I did some kind of, my father was actually wasn't a he was a chemical engineer by trade, but he did do a bit of geology work when he was younger, and so he had a bunch of crystals and crap in the house I used to bang around and fuck with. Never really grown too many crystals, but it's certainly conducive to the whole atomic structure thing, where I'm arguing that the basic structure of the universe is geometry, not round geometry, but square geometry. Certainly fits into that argument. Yeah, well, it's the whole idea that you can grow them means there has to be a certain consistency. So it's like snowflakes have a certain rudimentary blueprint that they have to follow, but obviously they don't have to follow it. They can add extra branch or extra this or extra that, but yeah, there's just a basic form, that they have to fit into the parameters of. Yeah, everything's just held in these balances of force. So, yeah, I just don't think orbits makes a whole lot of sense when you really think about it. Well, that's the other part that kind of verifies the geometry is that, if all this crap was, these electrons were in these shells, how could that work? How could that hold the atom together? It just doesn't make any sense because the bonding agent would be moving all the time. The glue would be constantly ungluing. It just wouldn't work. So I think it makes much more sense to think that the bonding electron is actually stationary and the molecules are all bonding to that one electron. And that's a shared electron. The shared electron isn't fucking flying around all over the place. It's sitting in one spot and the other atoms are rotating around the electron. And I mean rotating, not spinning. They're probably going quite slowly. Yeah, well, how big things are is a little bit, this is a measurement problem again. How can we tell how big anything is when we can't really see it? We can only know what it can do as an impact kind of a thing. There's no way to see an atom. So what they're surmising its a shape is a surmise. So when you say, I'm not entirely convinced that there's as much empty space in an atom as they claim. I think that doesn't really wash. So and I think it just doesn't, like I said, I'm saying that, an electron is probably a million quanta, and maybe a proton is a billion quanta. I mean, you're talking about an awful lot of stuff, and so I just don't, you know, these are big schools of fish, and I don't think they're, a billion light years away from each other, by relative size comparisons. I don't think there's that much distance. Yeah, it is kind of funny that there's just no way to see anything. I mean, it's not just light that you can't see. You almost can't see any of the nuclear particles because light affects all of them. I mean, they're all force affected. So, just impossible to get any resolution. I mean, you can only see their, in a sense, you can measure their mass, but that's about all you can do. I mean, you can never see them wild in the environment. You can never passively photograph them in their natural state. The only way you can know anything about them is to capture them and smash them. Yeah, there are lots of nutty ways of making this stuff visible, but yeah, I'm just saying that the distances they claim just seem insanely too big. Just it's just I can't make any sense out of that. But I really like the an apple is to the earth as an atom is to an apple. I love that comparison. I mean, it just makes you realize how small atoms are. I mean, it's just really, really fucking small. I mean, just imagine how many apples are in the earth. I mean, it's just a lot of fucking apples. I mean, to imagine that many atoms in an apple, it just boggles the brain. I've read, well, so it doesn't mean too much. Well, you're the nutty guy, so you've read comic books, no doubt. So where did you read this? In like a Transformer magazine? I read that, or what, Professional Wrestler Daily? I read that they're scores years younger than the outside. Well, good. That's just too stupid. Thank you for being stupid. There's no such thing as time dilation. Okay, all there is cryogenics. I mean, all you can do is fuck your matter up and make it retarded. You can't dilate time. Well, just the density of the universe, it's just startlingly dense. I mean, just startling when you start thinking about this quantum level and shit. It's just like so much shit. I mean, fuck. Wow. Just the universe is so preposterously big in terms of it's so expansive, so much big stuff in it, and all the big stuff has a zillions and zillions all this little stuff in it. It's just, oh man, where did all that crap come from? I mean, it obviously wasn't pooped, but I just mean it's just so, oh man, fuck. But I can sort of imagine that, the forever has forever, right? So I mean, it could just make one quanta a day, and that's, one quanta a day, it just adds one quanta every day, one quanta in. And this is where you are, in the middle of affinity. It does strain comprehensibility to imagine the act of creation. But the funny part is the obvious answer isn't the creator created it. I mean, it's just such a stupid answer. I mean, just like, oh, and the creator just happened to be around forever to do that, right? Made by nothing. He just was forever, and he just sat around forever, and then one day decided to make a complex, stupid universe with retarded humans in it. I mean, it's just such a silly answer to the question. The maker made it. No, anyway. Well, it's 4-ish almost, so I guess it's probably enough done. So I do thank most of you for your participation, and I guess I appreciate that the crazy people weren't too crazy, so that's okay. They weren't too insanely, preposterously dumb. And that was okay too. I would like to make the link public, but I really can't do that. So I'll have to put it in like the title of the video next time. I'll just have to say ask for the link or something, in case somebody wants to provide a complimentary live performance and discuss some of the stuff more face to facey or microphone to microphone or whatever. Yeah, well, the God stories are all silly, but I mean, they are. It just really is just really kind of dumb. I'll teach those motherfuckers by killing them. That'll teach them. Damn it. Yeah. And what does Noah do after all of this spectacular crap? He gets drunk, and then his son has to go to purgatory for seeing his naked Willie. It's just all the story is just so stupid. You can't even imagine somebody writing this crap and going, "Hey, wait a minute, doesn't this all sound nutty? Why are we even writing about Noah's penis for? Isn't that just like a waste of time? I mean, won't that just confuse the fuck out of people? Why are we talking about recreating life on Earth and also talking about Noah's penis? It just doesn't seem like a good idea. Maybe we should leave this fucking Noah penis shit the fuck out of the story, huh? It's really dumb." Well, God, the writer was the little kid. Yeah, it really does sound like a 7-year-old wrote it. Silly bibble. Anyway, you're just like, yeah, you're trapped on Earth. Here you go with all talking all this big physics stuff, and here we are trapped on Earth with all these fucking imbeciles that just believe the most preposterous nonsense. Oh, well, they don't believe it, but you know what I mean. They endorse it. It's for other people need it. There must be religion because other people need it, or they'll be horrible murderers. I don't need it because I'm not a horrible murderer. Well, I molest some children now and then, but yeah, I'm not a horrible murderer. But yeah, those other people, they need God. If they're not afraid of God, they'll just behave all kinds of bad ways. So we must support the silly story. Keep all the ignorant monsters at bay. All right, anyway, yes. So I'll try to fix the camera maybe too. But this isn't that bad. I mean, it's bad. I don't know why the resolution sucks. That's the part I don't get. That must be it's probably a YouTube thing, right? So I could probably have fixed it a long time ago by just increasing the bandwidth or something. Yeah, I should have done that, right? It's probably one of these fucking things. Let's see. Yeah, just bandwidth usage. Yeah, I got it very low. So I should have jacked it up. So yeah, I'll jack it up at the very end. Yeah, cool. Great idea. That doesn't really help. I mean, it helps, but it's, God damn, this is not a good look for me. No, the whole video of looking like shit. Oh, that's good. Keep me humble. Yeah. All right. So anyway, next time I'm not going to be yellow. Trump surprised me today. Oh, don't tell me shit like that. talking that stuff, don't think he buys it. Talking what stuff? I didn't even hear it, but yeah, I'm sure it was just tripe. We all need to be Americans for America. Be an American for America, because America needs Americans who are American for America. So let's all do that. Okay? Yeah. Oh God, God, oh God, yeah, oh yeah. Well, of course, that's all a crock of shit. Again, he just thinks other people need religion. It keeps all the dumbasses where they're supposed to be, poor and stupid. Like Jesus said, the poor will be with you always. That was really smart. That's one of the best things Jesus ever said is those goddamn poor people are always supposed to be fucking poor so I can exploit the fuck out of them. Because goddamn, what good would life be if I couldn't own a few fucking million humans? You know, what fun would it be? Thank God for Jesus and the poor. It makes life worth living for us rich people. God, I just hate this planet. Oh, I just hate it. I'm just going to call this planet of hateable shitheads. The planet of hateable shitheads. Yeah. Yeah. It should be eating shit, the shitty shitters. Oh, God, I hate Earthlings. Anyway, till next time. And such. I'm going to stop the broadcast now. There I go. Stopping broadcast now.